everyone, and welcome to this installment of Faith and Democracy, how we got here and what's next. I'm very appreciative for all of you being here. I anticipate that many are already watching online and are eagerly waiting to hear what our panelists will have to say. Just one word before we get started. I think many of you have already determined where you need to go to relax as well as to nourish yourselves. But if you have any questions, you can certainly step into the hallway and receive all of the assistance that you need. I want to thank Dave Roberts, who is the assistant pastor here at Watershed, Charlotte, for hosting this event. I also want to thank my good friend Doug Padgett, who was here with the big tour bus on the outside, Vote Common Good. And thank all of you for being here and for telling your friends and neighbors and associates about what we're doing. Just a quick word about why we're doing this. We're doing this as the Interfaith Caucus of the North Carolina Democratic Party in a manner that is befitting our democracy, what our party is about, but quite frankly, what I believe even many in other political parties are about. Therefore, this event is intended to be completely and wholly nonpartisan. It is about us as Americans, not about any political affiliation or loyalty. So I want to make that enormously clear for anyone who is watching and attending and who will be viewing this in the future. This is about us and our democracy and what we need to do to prepare for another free and fair and honest election cycle in 2024. That being said, I want to give the floor now to our first panel, which will be moderated by Raleigh Olson. Raleigh is a program manager of Interfaith America. And before I even do that, I want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Suzanne Henderson with Interfaith America, who is responsible, thank you, for the Faith in Elections playbook, I believe it is. And if that's not the appropriate name, you can look it up online, Interfaith America, and you can see exactly what work she has put into this, and we're happy to have her here. So Raleigh, at this point, I'm going to give the floor to you so you can introduce our panel. We will go now from roughly 2:15 to around 3 o'clock, maybe 3:04, since we're starting about 4 minutes later than we intended per the schedule.
Thank you so much, Dr. McAllister, and for your work putting this whole thing on. I know it's not easy, so I appreciate everything that you've put into this. And thank you to Watershed Church for your hospitality and hosting this important conversation that we'll have today. My name, as Dr. McAllister said, is Raleigh Olson. That's Raleigh, R-O-L-L-I-E, not like your city. I'm from Minnesota, so you can remember me as Raleigh, not from Raleigh. I'm a program manager at Interfaith America, the nation's premier interfaith organization. We're a nonprofit that seeks to break down divisions between Americans along spiritual lines, but also ideological ones. We connect and equip faith leaders to engage them in building a truly interfaith nation, one that celebrates our difference and that we can actually protect our neighbor's right to have a voice even when we vote differently or pray differently than them. And even in this room, we look around and we may think that there's some uniformity amongst our political dispositions, but I think we'd be surprised in learning just how we feel about certain policies, like what the U.S.'s role should be abroad in foreign affairs or when life begins in the womb. But regardless of how we feel about these individual policy matters, I think there's something we all share today, something in common, and that is our steadfast belief that democracy is something that should be cherished, protected, and ultimately exercised. And we know election season is upon us, less than 10 months away. We're already starting to see a bombardment of campaign ads and the mudslinging and the negativity and that urgency that comes about in election season. And we know there's a lot at stake in this election. And Regardless of who gets elected to these seats of power, what's imperative that we do is restore Americans' faith in our democratic systems, and we ensure a peaceful transition of power, if that is needed. It's important also to remember there's threats against our democracy that we're facing right now, from Christian nationalism to a concerted effort to gerrymander and disenfranchise the voice of the people, and we'll hear a lot about that later this evening and from our speakers. But in light of that, we should remember that there are hopeful stories from individuals, like the ones we have gathered here on this stage, who are doing things the right way in your state. Those who show up to lead, to serve, and mobilizing their communities to participate in elections in a positive way, like the folks among us here. The nation's eyes will be closely watching North Carolina in 2024 as one of the, in the presidential race, as one of the true battleground states, and with so many contested elections up and down the ballot, in all levels of government, the way you do civic engagement here can really serve as a model for the rest of the country. So for this conversation, we'll hear from individuals who have played integral roles in leading civic engagement efforts on their campuses in ways that reflect a deep love and a deep commitment to bettering their communities, showing just how powerful a grassroots voter education or mobilization effort can really be. And my hope is that from listening to this, that you walk away here feeling just a little bit more hopeful, a little bit more inspired about ways that you think that you could get involved in 2024. So with that, I'd love to introduce our lovely people on stage here, starting with Reverend Gloria Winston from North Carolina Central University. Gloria is the Spiritual Formation Director with Faith Matters Network. She has spent over 30 years providing pastoral care, grief and trauma-informed ministry, spiritual formation, conflict and intercultural training to individuals, special needs groups, and campuses. From 2015 to 2022, Rev. Gloria worked at North Carolina Central University as the Director of the Office of Spiritual Development and Dialogue, where she faithfully served NCCU students, staff, alums, and faculty campus-wide. Rev. Gloria received a Master's from Divinity from Duke University and is currently pursuing a Doctor of Ministry in Transformative Leadership with the connection in peace building and interfaith dialogue at Colgate Rochester Crozer Divinity School. Rev. Gloria is an ordained elder in the NC Conference of the United Methodist Church, where she has served in various unique ministry settings as a college chaplain, hospital chaplain, and lead pastor of several local churches. Dr. Ladarius Thompson from Queen's University. Dr. Thompson is a visionary leader in higher education, holding a doctorate in leadership. His research focuses on expanding visibility and engagement for underrepresented students at colleges and universities. With 14 years of experience in planning and addressing student experiences, Dr. Thompson excels in community and civic engagement. Currently the Director of Academic Community Engagement at Queen's University of Charlotte, he leverages his expertise to foster meaningful collaborations alongside his professional role. He serves on the board of 2 local nonprofits, demonstrating his commitment to civic engagement. Dr. Thompson's commitment to innovation, diversity, and impactful student experiences is evident in his roles and research. As a thought leader, he continues to aid in shaping the future of our local community with passion and dedication. And lastly, Dr. Crockett, Hassan Crockett from Livingstone College. Dr. Crockett is the Dean of Liberal Arts and Humanities and the Chair of the History and Political Science Department at Livingstone College. Most recently, he was the Interim Department Chair and Senior Associate Professor for the Department of Social Science at St. Augustine University in Raleigh, North Carolina. Dr. Crockett received a master's degree from Atlanta University and a PhD in Political Science and Government from Clark Atlanta University. So with that, I'd love to kick us off with the first question. If you could all spend a couple minutes talking about just a quick overview of the civic engagement work that you've done in recent elections, what your plan is for the 2024 election, but most importantly, I'd love to hear from you all about your why. What are the personal convictions and values behind why you think it's important to engage in our democracy? Rev. Gloria, we'll start with you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. When I think of my why, I think of my purpose in which I stand on today, and that's been a person that follows the teachings of Jesus Christ. And I am reminded in the Gospel of Luke, the 12th chapter, the 48th verse, to whom much is given, much is required. And so for me, my why is to take the generous offerings of my talents and gifts and those that God have given me and go into the community, into all the places that I have been called, and to stand on that responsibility of helping others. And so democracy is a given right. So I want to make sure that I do so, but I also do so with the responsibility of not holding back all that my followers have to stand on. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Thompson.
Good afternoon.
I think it's on.
Hello, is it on? All right, so good afternoon, everyone. And so I will echo some of the same things as Rev. Gloria said. My why goes back to watching the lessons of my grandparents and my ancestors kind of begin to educate myself and the younger generations on our rights as individuals and how we begin to exercise our rights and have a bigger role in our community. And so I very much grew up in the church where my grandfather was out doing all kinds of ministries. Every day of the week, it was a preaching ministry, a daycare ministry, it was sick and shut in. And so I saw a lot of service growing up, and that was just kind of very much integrated into who I am as an individual. And so when I came to begin working on college campuses and recognized that there was kind of a niche for doing civic engagement work and democratic engagement work, I really found a passion for it. And one of those things that ignites the passion is the energy that comes from college students when they begin to understand their rights as an adults and that their voice has power, and they bring a lot of new energy to election cycles where we sometimes can get a little bitter. They bring a lot of newfound energy and excitement to it. And so they're the biggest reason of why I continue to do this work, because they remind me every year of why we need to exercise our voices and our power as citizens.
So good. Dr. Crockett.
Good afternoon. I want to first let me say I had a feeling Dr. Parrish is going to do this, and she asked me, can I come and do this? That's why I have notes she gave me and made sure that I read the notes. But to the why, I'm a child of the 60s, and so I came up during the civil rights movement, and my why is deeply embedded in my coming up. I'm alumni of Livingstone College, and when Dr. King was murdered, we decided to march from Livingstone. We got as far as the front gate, and the Salisbury police and the North Carolina State Police told us we can't go any further. We were students, and said, yes, we are going to go. And they beamed down on us with their rifles and said, you do not cross Monroe Street. So that was part of my upbringing, part of me being a member of and a participant in the 60s. And so that's my why. It's very deep, and I want this generation to have the same fire to burn inside their hearts.
Really good. Dr. Thompson, I'll direct this question to you first, but we're obviously in very divided times, and with that division often spilling onto our college campuses in many ways, how can we create welcoming spaces for students and the broader community to engage on the issues in a way that is constructive and not destructive?
I think one of those ways is really encouraging not only our students but our community to participate in deliberative dialogue. And so that is something that we very much ingrain into the culture of our students on our campus. It's like when you come and you're having, difficult conversations, be deliberative about participating in those conversations, making sure you're listening, making sure that you're creating space for understanding, and making sure that if there is an opportunity to align or share values, that opportunity is taken advantage of. Because we all have something to say, and although we may experience it differently, we want to make sure that there is space for that. And so we always try to make sure that there's room for dialogue on our campus. We're also trying to make sure the students are very well educated on what is happening. And so one of the things that we've experienced this year in North Carolina was there was a lot of changes to the election laws. And for the average college student, they're not watching the 5 o'clock news to really pay attention to what's going on. And so that's where I feel like we step in to help them understand what those changes are. And so one of the big ones that we experienced on our campus was the ID law change. And so previously you could use various forms of IDs and go to the election center and use that form of ID. And then with the law changes this year, they began to qualify and approve IDs and left us as a university kind of scrambling at the last minute of trying to figure out sure that we can get our IDs proved so that there can be another access or another form of access for them to vote. And so again, it's just making sure that we're paying attention to what is happening and finding ways to educate our community on the changes that are occurring.
Really good. Next, we'll turn to Reverend Gloria. At Interfaith America, we believe that relationships are really the way to bridge divides, and campuses themselves are really beautiful mosaics of humanity in all walks of life. Can you please share about what relationships across difference, both spiritually and ideologically, have looked like for you? Why are interfaith relationships and relationships across ideological differences important to a thriving democracy?
For me, that is a way of life. And in the capacity in which I have lived and been in leadership at North Carolina Central, it is helping our students to see that it is a way of life too. Our motto at North Carolina Central is truth and service. And so to begin with truth, that means looking at who you are, who your brother and your sister is, and your broader community. And so for us, we have been honored to have a polling site on our campus and building those relationships with those that are around us, which includes a mosque, a temple, and several local churches. Building those relationships and partnerships and saying, let's do this work together, has also enhanced our students' opportunities to know what it means to welcome the other. And so over the years, we have worked openly and been very welcoming to those that may not know anything about North Carolina Central and its historical context of being a school for religious leaders, but opening the door for our students to know that and how it means so much to welcome the other. So it is a way of life for me, and I find it very easy to walk in that whenever I represent North Carolina Central's history and to tell our students that come, you are on holy ground, and this ground welcomed all. It welcomed religious leaders from all faith traditions, and not only that, individuals from all walks of life. And so our polling site is one representation for people to come, to exercise their own right in their own way, and we welcome them.
Such a good answer. I'll turn to Dr. Crockett now. You're a political scientist and an academic, and you have a depth of understanding about the history of democratic participation in this country, but you believe that the idea that Americans have about our government and what qualifies as civic engagement doesn't quite capture the whole picture. Can you share more with us about how Livingstone College is doing things differently and your perspective on this?
Okay. First, about Livingstone. The Interfaith ambassadors of Livingstone College, they developed a plan, and it was education, registration, and activation, ERA. And the students led an initiative with the college organizations and with the community organizations and nonprofit organizations, Common Cause, Black Voters Matter, Roaring Concerned Citizens, Mission House. And so there was a student-led effort to engage our students. We had what they call Geek Week, which is coming up now in a few weeks. This is a throwback. coming up in a few weeks. And it is where students get together and they, at that case, and what they did in 23, they prepared themselves for the municipal elections, because all elections are important. And so they prepared themselves for the municipal elections. They also had what they called quesadilla, and they had local leaders, local candidates for Rowan County come in. I'm trying to get the term right. But they come in and they talk to the students, and they have food, and they discuss what's going on with the elections. They put their platform before the students, and it's very informative. And the students and the student organizations, they are very involved with the elections, and they were in 23, and we're gearing up for 24. So that's what we're doing on campus. But to your point also, One of the things that I think is, as a political scientist, is that we don't get involved enough. Elections are fine, but what about the time between the elections? Okay? There are so many opportunities for us to be engaged in our communities, civic engagement. For example, we had a piece in Georgia where we have, and I'll pass this out to you, an accountability report card for elected officials. So when they get in, are they being accountable to us as citizens? And we had a whole campaign that we went around and we said, please fill out this report card for whoever the elected official is, and let's see if this person is meeting the responsibilities of the community. So that's some ideas. I think we need to be involved more in between the elections. And then the last piece, and I don't want to take it, but the last piece is, I always ask this question. This is a question. And I'm going to be tested on this question. How many governments do we have in the United States?
He asked me and I failed, so.
How many governments do we have in the United States? Anybody? A lot. Yes. Give me a number. Give me a number. Going. Just holler it out. 5,000? 3,000. We have 89,000 governments. We have 89,000 governments in the United States. Okay? One national, 50 states, 19 counties, 3,000 counties, 19,000 cities. That's about 2,050. Where's the other 60-some thousand governments? They're all around us. We don't even know. They have taxing power. They have eminent domain power. They have all these powers. Look at us. And you are informed. You are some of the most informed citizens that we have. And we have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of governments. Here in North Carolina, I forget the number over here in North Carolina. But my point is, we have to be more engaged civically in order for us to really have an impact on what's going on. I have another piece on my side.
Thank you so much, Dr. Crockett. I'll turn to Reverend Gloria here. So you've done a lot of work with young people, and young people often get a bad rap. You'll often hear political pundits, they'll say young people don't vote, which is an exaggeration but does have some statistical merit when compared to an older demographic. Can you share why Central seems to be an exception to this rule and how we can appeal to young voters to get engaged? I was blown away learning about all the work that you've done with young people in the past.
Well, I think NCCU is stepping forward and listening to the students. And I'm not just saying because of the voter engagement, but I think overall, North Carolina Central University has taken the steps forward to hear from students that either have attended and they're alums now, or that are currently coming in for the new academic year. And so I am honored to say that when you ask a question and a student responds, you should listen. And we are listening. I think the success of a lot of our programs are aimed at allowing it to be student-centered. And I know many institutions of higher learning say that, but we are living into that. The first-year seminar program is one as an example where those students that come into NCCU have a chance to connect on all levels with all parts. And we within the registered student orgs, which fall under the Office of Spiritual Development and Dialogue, we connect with those first-year students, asking them what are the myths that you've encountered as to why you cannot vote. We know that we have a polling site on our campus. I think the key for us is to ensure that our students not only know that, but go to the polling site and have the first-year student seminar instructors to bring their students. We are really listening to our students, and we're trying to offer the opportunities for them to partner with those that are religious around our campus, those that are nonprofit, and to make those connections. One last piece I'll share is what we stand on the surface. We have a graduation requirement where students must complete so many hours of community service. And so when you are saying it's action beyond the campus, it's action, that gives them a chance to get it right, that gives them a chance to be heard. And so I believe NCCU is listening and responding.
Thank you, Reverend Gloria. Dr. Thompson, can you share as well, just in what your campus has done to mobilize young people, how you're at Queen's University, you're doing things differently? Oh, we're having a mic exchange. Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, absolutely. So we took a similar approach, but invited more of the community into our civic engagement. And so if you're familiar with Queens, we're located in Myers Park, and it's very easy as an institution to fall into our bubble of Myers Park. And so what we tried to do this year, especially around our democratic engagement, is bring the community more into how we educate our community. And so this is our second year working under our Democratic Engagement Action Plan, which is an action plan that is not only being created by a committee of on-campus faculty, staff, and students, but we have local officials who are on that committee, members of the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections on that committee as well, to kind of help us guide the work that we do with college students, because we recognize that there's so many ideologies when it comes to being civically engaged, and we wanted to make sure that we were creating an inclusive space that incorporated everyone's thought processes into that. A lot of that includes opening ourselves up to lots of partnerships with our community as well too, and so we have a very strong partnership with You Can Vote North Carolina, who's a fantastic organization, and last year we partnered with them in the Charlotte Hornets for them to come out to our campus and do some really just excitement around educating folks around what is happening locally in our elections, because last year was a focus on municipality elections, and oftentimes our students don't pay attention to that, and so we were able to have local council members come in, the mayor, who's an alum of Queens, so we're very fortunate to have her, and really kind of spent some time talking to our students and helping them understand, and also I think bringing some humanness to the process as well too. And so, like I said, having the mayor be an alumni who can connect to her students and understand their experience, and she, if I remember correctly, was the first African-American student to graduate from Queen's University, and so I think that has a huge impact in our community, and we've been fortunate that she's been a great thought partner in helping us engage our community.
So impressive. So we're here at the Faith and Democracy event, so talking about faith, and Reverend Gloria, you shared a lot about this personally and what this means to you. So you're a proud Christian faith leader who believes so deeply that is our duty of people of faith to participate in the electoral process. What would you say to a Christian who says, I don't think other Christians are meant to get political, and we're called to create disciples maybe, but we're not supposed to be overly concerned with elections, their results, and who's in power? What would you say to that person, and why do you chart a different course? And, okay, my mic is back. Yeah.
Well, for me, am I on? Well, for me, I think in terms of responding to that person who says what a Christian is supposed to do, I would refer them to look at the biblical teachings. But I also look at what is required of me. And that would remind me to bring to their remembrance Prophet Micah in chapter 6, verse 8. This is what is required of you, and that is to do justly, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God. And if you combine those three together, why would you leave politics out? Why would you leave democracy out? Why would you leave all of the fabrics of what weaves us together to have the concerns brought to the attention of those that are leading our communities? And so for me, I think it's a religious right. I think it's an opportunity to look at from my role as a Christian leader, but also to remind those that take Christianity out of context and put it in another ball. So
well put. We maybe have to share this. Dr. Thompson, you and I, when we spoke, you had talked about your Baptist upbringing and how that informs your values and just how you take a role in leadership and engaging students and in civic engagement. I would love to hear a little bit about your response and the question that I had asked for Gloria.
So I think faith very much plays a role in the work that we do. And so, like I said earlier, all of the things that I learned that were instilled in me values-wise came from growing up in the church. And a lot of that was being kind to your community, making sure that you are creating safe spaces, that you're providing resources, that everyone is an equal. And so those are a lot of the same principles that I apply to the work that I do now. We're fortunate at Queens that we have a lot of interfaith dialogues, and we have faith ambassadors. We have a strong relationship with our chapel, the Bell Chapel, and they do a lot of work around helping our students understand that interfaith is really integrated into everything that we do. And depending on what you want your relationship to look like, there are ways for you to continue to have a strong relationship while engaging in the values that make you who you are.
I think this is working here. Yeah, we're back. So we're in North Carolina, and I previewed a little bit about just how important this state will be in 2024. North Carolina, the state legislature has 50 Senate seats, all 120 state House seats are on the ballot. There's a gubernatorial race and a presidential election. On top of that, there's a few notable changes to election laws that could be quite consequential for voters. One big change will revolve around absentee ballots. If you vote absentee, you must have the ballot returned to the election office by 7:30 on election night, or it won't count. And over 1 million people voted in North Carolina via absentee in 2020, according to their state board. In addition to that, all voters must show their ID, and same-day registration is still a possibility, but you must complete an application. Dr. Thompson, we can start with you. You shared about your Queens example experience dealing with election law changes. Love to hear more about your take on the barriers that we face in 2024 and what lessons you've learned from having to mobilize your community on short notice to overcome some of those barriers. And I think everybody here on this stage has experienced mobilizing people to address voting barriers. So I'd love to hear, starting with you, Dr. Thompson.
Yeah. So I think, especially for Queens, the way that we begin to address some of that work is to make sure that we clarified a lot of the confusion around the law changes. I know even as an adult, I was confused when the announcements came out, and so we spent a lot of time sitting down, understanding what the changes were. We were fortunate that we were able to have a conversation with the State Board of Elections, thanks to a partnership with the North Carolina Campus Engagement, which is a wonderful network of colleges and universities that focus specifically on civic engagement. And they were able to kind of help us sit down and truly understand some of the nuances of the changes so that we can further educate our community. And so that's where we kind of started with our campaign of just beginning to educate folks on what the changes were. So the first one was the big ID change. And so, as we got that information, we were gearing up for our freshman orientation. So it was kind of perfect timing to begin to educate our first-year students on, here's some of the laws that have changed in the state, here's some of the ways that we are addressing them, and we're addressing them by updating our IDs so they can be used in the voter process. And then from there, we begin to work with students to say, here is some of the additional changes that are happening. Help us understand the best way of messaging this information out to the community. Because I can post up a flyer all day long on the chalkboard and no one is going to read it. But we wanted the students to be able to educate their peers. And so we have what is called our Civic Engagement Fellowship Program, where they are specifically there to translate, essentially, language to a generation of new voters. And so through that process, they do listening parties, they do assessments throughout our community to make sure that we are getting the information out to our students as they are asking questions. And then as a professional, I always make sure that my door is always open for students who have questions. I keep stamps and I keep absentee ballot applications in my office as well too, to encourage students to always get involved. I will even offer rides to the local election office if students need it as well. And we are fortunate that we have a voting precinct on our campus, and so we make sure that we educate our community about the access to that voting precinct. And if you're not a resident of Mecklenburg County, let's make sure you know where your vote goes.
And Dr. Pepper, I'd like to get your perspective on this. You shared a really powerful of your why and the examples of you from rising up to face different voter injustice. Can you talk about just your perspective on what that looks like today in 2024, and what are our challenges, and what do you think we can learn from the past from that?
Yeah, I think what's happening actually is a throwback to, I think, what Trump's, we want to make America better again, or whatever that great again is, a great again. And I think they have an attitude that the laws that were in place during the 40s and 50s need to come back. I think that is Jim Crow 2, I think, is a good definition of where we are now. There were some 400 plus bills introduced last year to suppress the vote. We have several states, including North Carolina. We're making it very difficult for people to vote, especially rural people who live in rural areas, people of color. And so, as the brother was saying here, we need to have forums on campus. And one forum that we have during Geek Week is to have students educated on the new laws and et cetera. We do it in classes, we do it in the forums, because what we must realize that it doesn't take much. Democracy is very fragile, okay? And it doesn't take much, and we see this example in various nations around the world. We see how the nations that we thought had strong democracies, how they are falling one by one. So we have to be vigilant here, and we have to have our students understand the changes. The whole idea of the voter ID, the whole idea of not being able to the mail-in ballots, and how many, there are 1 million people that voted for the mail-in ballots. We have to understand how critical that is. So on campus, having forums, having activities that lends itself to knowledge about the voting problems that are coming up from our legislature and et cetera. So, and we have to, one of the things that we did, we said they had a hi-fi challenge. Each student registered and they got 5 friends to register. And so we have to encourage and get them involved on every level, and that's what we're doing. It's candidates and CISOs, that's what I was trying to say before, candidates and CISOs. And we bring the candidates in and question the candidates, talk to them, find out what's going on. I would also like for us to bring in the people who are actually doing the work in the polls. Talk to the polling people. Talk to the people who are ahead of registration and et cetera. Get their perspectives on how these new laws are impacting people. Let's get some knowledge about how these new laws, what numbers are they seeing now that we have these different laws. So I think that's one of the things that we can do. Bring them on campus and have them talk to our students.
So appreciate your perspective, Dr. Crockett. Turning to grassroots organizing, so Gloria, I'll direct this to you first. Grassroots organizing can be somewhat of an art form. It can't be distilled down to an exact science of what works to mobilize large coalitions to affect legislative change or bolster democracy. But what do you believe is the secret sauce that North Carolina Central has had, and what makes them successful in organizing to affect positive change? And what are some of the mistakes that well-intended people can do and they get it wrong? Wow.
This reminds me of a statement that most of the students would make when we started out, and that was during local elections, we don't need to vote. This doesn't apply to me. I live in whatever state. And so oftentimes one of the biggest mistakes that I have encountered from our students is thinking that local elections do not matter. Those that are within the city of Durham, where North Carolina Central is, are not elections that will affect them. So I think the biggest mistake has been to hear that statement and to not respond to it, but to bring those that are in local positions that are trying to get those to hear from them about voting to come to our campus. And we've done that. We've done a lot of grassroots pieces where we have looked at voter intimidation. We've trained our student volunteers in poll voter intimidation with the help of Blueprint North Carolina, Democracy North Carolina, and several other voter engagement organizations and nonprofits. We have allowed them to come and help our students to ask any question about what do you do at the poll. And we've had our students to come and bring water and offer smiles so that they can walk out all these examples of how do you be at the poll in a very nonviolent way. How do you be pleasant? How do you answer those questions? Then the other part is to make sure that during that early voting period that we are there to set up space for the candidates to come, to set up space for volunteers to come and ask our students questions. I believe grassroots organizational pieces for voter engagement and democracy is a key. And especially at North Carolina Central, I think the special sauce for us is understanding that an HBCU is a culture, and in that environment, you may have to approach things differently. You may have to talk to students differently. What you may say at a PWI to pull people in to hear why they should go out to vote may not work at an HBCU. And we've done that. We've met students at all the activities that may have been highlighted during early voting period and tried to meet them where they are, in the cafeteria, on campus. But we also have tried to listen. And I think listening is the last piece that I would like to share, because if we're not listening to the students about what they fear, what they doubt, and what they don't know, we don't know how to set the future for us to be successful.
I love that. So this one hopefully is a fun one to ask that I want all of you to answer briefly is, if you had a magic wand and could change one thing, either enact a policy, repeal a law, or change something about our culture or media to better the health of democracy, what would you choose? And I'll give you a moment to think maybe, but Dr. Crockett, we'll start with you.
Of course, yes. A magic wand. I think I would choose I would want more people to have concern, inquiry, to really love, our neighbors, love our community. I think that lends itself to the concern, lends itself to inquiry. How are you doing? What's going on in your life? How can our lives be better? So I would base it in love for our community and for ourselves.
I would echo the same things. I would encourage our folks to begin to understand we are more powerful when we work as one. I think especially what I've learned working in civic engagement is that it could be very divisive at times, and it could be very disenchanting, especially to younger generations. And so, I always have the hope that if we understand the power that we have when it comes to exercising our rights and our democracy, the changes that we can make. And so that is something that I'm hopeful that others will continue to see, is that we are stronger together than we are divided.
I'll make this short. I would hope that we will have optimism along with resilience. Because whether we're looking at policy or whatever, if we can approach the situation that may be a problem or a concern with optimism and be a little stronger and pursue the solutions, I think we can get forward with it.
That's really great. And one final question to close out. Reverend Gloria teed it up pretty well, but we want to end it on a high note. So there's all kinds of polls coming out showing that Americans are maybe unhappy about the direction of the country, or we're more polarized, or we're more negative about the state of our politics. And they're not inspired by it right now. But you three on the stage clearly are setting a different tone. What is it in this next election that gives you all hope? What are you optimistic about, and what do you think the opportunities are? Reverend Gloria, you have the mic. I'll start with you.
I would be remiss if I did not mention women and people of color. I'm very, very optimistic about what women are doing, not just locally here in North Carolina, but nationally, breaking barriers, and also people of color are stepping into places and roles that they've never stepped in. And for those that support women and people of color, I think that that is the way we can win.
I have the same hope. I look forward to, especially our young folks of color and our women getting involved. My hope is that they see the excitement and joy that comes from participating. My first election was the Obama election, and I remember the excitement and joy that came from that. I was in college at that time, and you could literally physically feel the eruption that was happening on campus. And I want others to feel that, because that is something I often think back to, like, wow, this was the power of democracy. And to see my whole community, which we were predominantly African-American institution, celebrate was just a powerful experience. And so I would love for every generation to have something like that.
I'd like to echo what my partners said. And I'm hopeful about our communities. This effort right here, I think we have an opportunity, and I'm hopeful that we have, and I'm looking at our age group here, and I think most of us, most of you are of an age where you came up doing a lot of activity, and you're passing this on. And I think that's critical. I think our organizing efforts are tremendous. I always tell our students, Black Lives Matter, we thought we organized in the 60s. You guys were global. And I think that gives me so much hope. And they're using the technology of our times in order to further their aspirations and to further their organizing. And it is phenomenal how students on campus, they get in touch with each other like that. And they'll be at a meeting, they'll be at an event within a matter of minutes. And I really am hopeful about the fact that they can take the tools that they have with their generation and really utilize them to help us and help our communities organize.
Wow. Well, I hope all of you found that to be a hopeful and inspiring conversation. And I'm just so grateful that all of you could lend your time and expertise to be here, to inspire us, to take action in this next 2024 election. If you're curious about our Faith and Elections Playbook resource and ways your faith communities or civic organizations could get involved, I'd love to talk to you about that. We also have a grant program associated to mobilize folks to get the work done this year. So thank you so much for being here and listening to our panel today.
We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with panel number 2, which is pastors and how they navigate challenging political dynamics in the current culture that we're in. So thank you very much, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. You guys need cups? Water?
Well, but he's been in politics. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I have the email now. Get a little closer. It's okay. Follow the camera, I'm going to take some different angles. Great. No, I got it. You're welcome.
Son is an Eagle. He's at Ohio State. He'll be wrapping up his military history, the oldest one. Back. John well, they both graduated the same year.
Same mindset. We work together. His mom and his dad are no person.
Yes, he is.
Thank you. Bless y'all.
Bless you. Awesome. Hey, did you get it? Oh, what you did? Hold on. I got it. Okay, good. All right. See you later. Oh, sorry. I did send it to you. Check your phone. Check your message. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna introduce you guys. So I'm gonna send it. All right, everybody, we're about to start panel number 2. Would the panelists please come to the stage? Thank you. The moderator is the host pastor of Watershed Church, associate pastor, and good friend Dave Roberts. And Dave, the show is yours, sir.
Thank you. Am I on? Check, check, check. Oh, that's it on? That's a me problem. Check, check. There we go. All right. You guys are going to be sharing that. So, like Paul said, my name is David Roberts. I am an associate pastor here at Watershed. We are a progressive, inclusive, fully LGBTQ affirming, non-denominational church. And I am here to moderate a panel discussion that will, at least ostensibly, at least to kick things off, will be about navigating the intersection of faith and politics within faith communities. But I cannot promise you that we will necessarily stay there. We might meander. This is a phenomenal group that we have assembled here, and so I'm going to trust them to take it where they feel kind of their convictions are leading them, and wherever that ends up is going to be great. So I'm going to give them about 10-15 seconds here. We'll just go down the line, and they can introduce themselves. So I will start with my friend Ben Boswell. Who is Ben Boswell to Ben Boswell?
Ben Boswell, myself. I'm senior minister of Myers Park Baptist Church here in Charlotte, North Carolina, which is our mission is a spiritual community for inclusivity and social justice, and I'm also the founder of a ministry called Confronting Whiteness.
Wonderful. My name is James Pitts. I am local here in Charlotte. I am with the Charlotte Baha'i community. We have no clergy in the Baha'i faith, so I am part of a global community of between 6 and 7 million people who are striving to build a better world.
Hello, I'm Helms. I am the co-director of QC Family Tree. Our mission is to cultivate community for the common good, and I'm also the founding pastor of a new church plant called Beloved Community Charlotte.
Hey y'all, I'm Ray McKinnon. I am pastor at Sacred Souls United Church of Christ, and I'm also the executive director of P-Flag Charlotte.
Awesome. As of like a week ago, the executive director. Congratulations. So like I said, to kick things off, we are at least going to start in the realm of like the intersection of faith and politics within congregations. I know even at in my own community, even though our ethos, our aspiration is to be progressive and inclusive and about justice, I know that even so, many of our folks still feel a little queasy at times when we attempt to broach the political explicitly, when we attempt to make like a direct connection between our faith lived out and the political realm, whether that be local, federal, or otherwise. So in whatever order you all want, I'd love for you to just pontificate, riff on, comment on what that looks like in your particular context.
Okay, I'll try. So very recently, we were experimenting with these things called salons, which is just people coming together and trying to talk smart. And while we were there, I was supposed to be the provocateur, and you're supposed to give a provocation of something that you can argue well up to about 80%, but you know that you're not all the way there yet. And then people pick it apart as a part of the salon. Well, my argument is still that you can't be a Christian and an American at the same time. And just thinking about how the call of the Christian faith is a call to love God above all else and love neighbor as yourself, that is the core. When you start to think about what American nation requires of us, to pledge allegiance to a flag, to provide our portions of our income to a nation that we don't quite know whether that income goes to our neighbor. These things challenge our perspective on how do we be in the midst of a place where we are almost required to make a choice. Are we going to be American? Are we going to be Christian? How do we do both? And how do we apply that to the current political climate and the discourse? So we try to unpack all of that and still, in the end, not have answers and only be 80% right and find our way into a place of being able to hold all of those things at the same time. So that's one place where I think I've landed recently.
Thank you. That's excellent. Yeah, let's hop over to Ray, I guess. I don't think that one's going to work. Yeah, just get rid of that one. We don't like that one.
I think one of the things that I often say to my congregation is this pledge that I will never be partisan in this pulpit, which is the language I use. I'll never be partisan in the pulpit, and I will never apologize for being political. There's a difference between being partisan and political, and I said I will always be political because from my view, politics is the intersection of how policies impact people. And for me, I think the church, in my context, absolutely must be involved in the conversations where we're talking about how policies are impacting people. We absolutely must not just be in the conversation, but lead the conversations relative to justice, relative to righting historic wrongs. And so I think the church does a disservice to, from my perspective, our call when we conflate politics and partisanship. And I think there's a difference. So that's, I think, where I'd like to make a first distinction.
Yeah, I think it may be helpful just to provide a little bit of context from the Baha'i faith perspective. One is that Baha'is believe that God has returned with a new message through a new messenger in the lineage of, say, Jesus, Abraham, Adam, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and so on, Muhammad. So this revelation, and like any revelation from God, sets the world straight. In other words, it upsets anything that's in place, and it will not be stopped or deterred. You know, Baha'u'llah himself said that the world's equilibrium had been upset. He said this 175 years ago or so. Not tomorrow, but we see signs of it now. We see the division, we see the turmoil, and a lot of us don't see a way out. Right? So, in that respect, Baha'is see themselves as world citizens, global citizens. You know? And as such, partisan politics doesn't really play into it's not at the top of mind for us. In fact, we are told to avoid it, to avoid partisanship. Anything that's partisan is not of God. So much like I think what was said earlier, a lot of it is not reconcilable with traditional politics as we know it. I'm saying that as a former vice chair of the Democratic Party in Spartanburg 3 lifetimes ago, right? 3 lifetimes ago, when I was young. So, but that pretty much lays it out there. Now, we do have community building work that is essential to our faith. Faith and action go together. We work in neighborhoods through a network of collaborators who live there to raise up children who are God-loving, who are service-oriented, and also work with families to make sure that the families in that community feel empowered to take control of their own social, spiritual, economic development. So it's really working at the grassroots level to empower people living at the grassroots level to be protagonists of their own neighborhoods.
Thank you. For me, I think the question is a symptom that comes to us from white supremacy. The idea that faith or communities of faith are not inherently political is an idea that is a lie. It's a myth that comes from whiteness. So I think for me, I grew up hearing this idea all the time because I grew up in a white dominant church environment. And it was always keep politics out of the pulpit, keep it separated, church and state, as if that's the meaning of what church and state should be separated about, or why we have that in America. And so I think if you look traditionally at the black church tradition, and you will see very clearly it's always been political from the very, very beginning. A place where people of color came together to organize for the struggle for liberation and for freedom, for the right to vote, all sorts of different things. And that was not necessary in the white dominant church. in the same way. And so the white dominant church, as a symptom of white supremacy, said, well, let's try to do this thing where we keep all that political stuff out of the church and make the church a place that is free from that. But that is a tool. That is a tool that is used to keep people who are white out of the fight. And to try to create some kind of protective enclave. It's all a myth, so it's not real. Some kind of protective enclave or refuge for people who are white to be able to hide from the reality of the world. And so I see it as a symptom of that myth, a myth of white supremacy. And I think that we have to find a way to just go ahead and name right out. Faith is political. Jesus was political. Every religious tradition I know is political because it's out in public. It's people gathering together. Those are all political acts. Even religious ritual is a political act. And so we should just own the fact that what we're doing together is political. It is political in a particular way. And I think where I would want to take the conversation a little bit too is with the panelists who have made great points here is I don't know how in this world that we live in that you cannot be partisan. And that's why I love the promise you said you made to your congregation, Ray. And I try to do that too because I just don't, I don't want to get fired, right? You just want to be, I want to keep my job, right? But there is, I could get up and read the Sermon on the Mount and I'm going to be accused of being, an ultra-liberal Democrat, right? So there's no way to say anything, to read anything, and not have that fall in a partisan way to people who are trapped in a partisan world. And so I think I try to free myself from that. I think we all are saying that in different ways. We're trying to free ourselves from this partisan, Republican, Democrat, left, right, conservative, liberal thing going on in America that just gives you two choices. And get into a world where we can talk about what does meaningful political action look like as a person of faith, and how do we do that in a way that is in keeping with the traditions of peace and love and justice that we get from the teachers and the scriptures that are common to some of us, and that we share in common also across faith traditions.
So I love that, and Ben, you alluded to this. There is a through line of sorts between what all four of you named and talked about. And I don't know, maybe one way of leaning into some of what you all named is, I guess, playing with some of our terminology or vocabulary here. So, so we talked about, at least to some of us, avoiding partisanship, but definitely being political. And I think sometimes, at least in my context, the assumption of being nonpartisan just assumes that you're going to adopt some kind of moderate position, like both sides, good people, bad people on both sides. Everyone kind of knows that quote. And I think maybe that is a false choice. I think it's possible to be radical. I think it's possible to be radically emancipatory, radically inclusive, radically abolitionist, radically fill in the blank, and not necessarily fit cleanly into maybe those two political categories that Ben, you alluded to, left, right, red, blue, what have you. So whatever this looks like in your context, play with this idea of, respond to this notion of what does it look like to be radical, to be active, to be an activist, to be political, in ways that don't necessarily fit cleanly into the categories that we sort of inherit or are handed in this country. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. Dive in.
I wanted to jump in. I think that's such a good point. The distinction between partisanship, one, and being political. The reality is, if you're going to be radical, if you're going to be a person, from my perspective, who adheres to my convictions relative to my faith, that will necessitate you very much calling out not just Republicans, but Democrats. I know for me, I've gotten into my share of trouble. Again, I am representing here a nonprofit. I am not here as a Democrat, although I am a Democrat. Reluctantly, frankly. There have been times where, because of my radical views, because of my desire to radically show up, radically love, radical justice, where I have been certainly on the outs with Democrats and Republicans. I think the distinction is our mission and what drives us. Partisanship, you're driven by just the blue team. It's all about if Republicans lose, Democrats win, that's it, that's all that matters. But when you're driven by mission and a purpose, it's like, oftentimes, from my perspective, it's the same bird with different wings, right? So if we are so partisan and not driven by mission, driven by justice, driven by righting wrongs, that's where we get into trouble. I think when we are driven by what is right, what is going to be the policy that brings the most people in, that sometimes puts us on the outs, because folks who are radical also despise the incrementalism that often comes with partisanship, that often comes with folks saying, well, you know, we gotta win. It's like, yeah, no, we want to bring in as many people as possible. We want to take us farther than maybe the partisan leaders want to go. And from my view, if you're not getting into trouble as a radical, as a whatever, with both people, something is wrong, because there's plenty to find wrong with Democrats relative to being radical. And, you know, partisanship doesn't allow you to do that. And if you're driven by partisanship, I think you're going to drift off mission and kind of blown to and fro by the winds of partisanship.
One of the things that I try to do is get away from the labels and language of jargon and try to get as simple as I can into the essence or the core of the matter, and then let people take it from there. So Aubrey Hendricks did this really well in his book. I know he's speaking tonight. He gave this example of how the ancient scripture, biblical text, talks about how even having common agreement about what a measurement is, like what is 12 inches, what is a foot, what is a pound, what is a dollar, these things, that this is a political agreement that we're making so that we can live and function together in a way without conflict. For example, if I said, I have $5 and Ray over here has a different measurement for what that is, he may say, that's not $5, that's $2. But because we have a common agreement that we have all made together, then we now have a way of being just with one another. Okay, that very simple example helps me to say to my people, see, we've been doing justice, we've been doing the body politic, we've been taking care of each other, we've had an ethos of the social and common good this whole time. And because I think that there's so much messaging that gets really foggy, so if I can boil it down to something that's very simple, then we can take that very small thing and begin to apply it in other places so that they can begin to understand that what we're talking about as, like, example, sharing with one another so that everybody has food at the potluck and the first person that goes through doesn't have everything and then nobody at the end. It sounds like very small little object lessons for like children's sermon, but at the same time, we sort of have to get down to that kind of essential small understand level in order to be able to explode up to the big things. Because I think the big things are sometimes a distraction.
Beautiful, thank you. Just thinking about, you mentioned being a radical, and I'm thinking at which lens are we looking through to determine what's radical and what's normal, you know. Also just thinking about other than what we do in our communities in terms of trying to make them better. Through our efforts, there's a grander kind of view that the Baha'i faith takes in terms of being a global faith. There are two other areas of interest. One is social action at all levels, grassroots, national, international, and also engaging in the discourses of society. So Baha'is are engaging in these conversations at all levels, at the government level, through the United Nations and other means. In terms of having a conversation, not trying to win, not trying to lose either, you know, but certainly entering into the conversation spiritual principles that will lead to a more just, a more unified, a more coherent world for everyone, or safer world. So these are kind of the principles that kind of drive the faith, the principles of unity and justice.
I think back to something Helms brought up at the beginning with America, for me, comes up. We have to acknowledge, at least from my perspective as I read the Christian scriptures for myself and my community, that the Bible was written in the context of multiple empires, many different empires. And the Bible from beginning to end is a challenge to empire and to imperialism, constantly, consistently. The story of God's people, Israel, and the story of the church is the story of a people called out of empire as an alternative community to witness to truth, love, justice, peace in the face of imperial power. Well, we look at Rome in first century Rome in the time of Jesus. We look at the world today, and we were to say, what looks like Rome today? It's America. So back to Helms's point here, which means that the entirety, as I read it, the entirety of the Gospels is written by people who are standing and trying to live for love, peace, and justice in the midst of the empire. And so they weren't like, hey, this is a partisan activity. No, they were like, we're against empire, and maybe there was a right and left in Rome. I don't know, Republican and Democrat in Rome. That was sort of irrelevant to the point that we're against empire. Back to your sort of radical question, I think that's right. And here in America today, when you look at the political parties and how what they're founded on, it's not surprising to see them come to accord on some things. For instance, like right now, in their position and perspective on what's happening in Palestine, or to come to accord, for instance, on capitalism over and over again, sort of taking a stand for the rich, the powerful, the billionaires, the people who fund their campaigns, who support their work. And I think that, to me, reveals the empire as it is when we see that, and we have to find a way, as people of faith, to say, we want to live in an alternative world where, 4 people don't own more than everybody else, and the rest of us are at their bidding. I want to live in a different world than that, and I think Jesus would call us to create communities that are different than that world. And that's a radical act, and neither Republican or Democratic political party platforms are going to end in that, as I see it right now. And so that's where I think, back to your question, the sort of radical nature of the message of most faith traditions, I believe, takes us in that place.
Awesome. So just to name a few things, I see some common threads emerging. The necessity of the political, differentiating that from the partisan, a call to the radical, but to James's point, a curiosity about what is radical, and finding the radical sometimes not just in the bombastic or militant, but also in the humble and the mundane. There's this anti-imperial theme, which at least in the biblical tradition is a through line between both the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament. And it raises a question for me. What then? What does it look like to motivate people? What moves people? We know we've named on some level. We've already named that having an enemy motivates people, and at least on some level, I don't know if we're all on the same page as exactly how to navigate that motivation. But at least on some level, I think there's a spirit of, if possible, if we can avoid demonizing those who are different from us, if we can call them in instead of calling them out, that might be preferable. But then on the flip side, I know sometimes that a resistance or an aversion to to calling out can create a complacency or passivity, especially from a position of privilege or power. And so oftentimes when we just need unity, we need to be unified. Usually that's just unified around who's ever already in charge. So, genuine question. This is a curiosity. This is a constant question I have pastorally. Like, how do we move people, organize people, invite them or compel them even to change in non-coercive ways, non-manipulative ways, and crucially in ways that don't require the destruction of the other? Even if the other is someone who we think represents ideals that we need to vehemently resist. What does it look like to what does it look like to justly undermine that and to move people in that direction? Not a trick question. I don't have like some secret answer I'm trying to draw out of you. There's a lot of wisdom here. I'd love to hear y'all's perspectives.
I think for me, like, again, in my faith tradition, thinking through this, my true north is Jesus. I'm completely fine with people getting upset with me for trying to model Jesus, right? Like trying to love as Jesus did, and recognizing that oftentimes will put me and us in opposition to the empire, to the status quo, because from my perspective, Jesus often challenged the status quo and upset conventional thinking. I think motivating people around, for me, around that cause, around my kind of, doing justice, loving mercy, and walking with humility, it has not taken me off the wrong track yet. I mean, it's hard, it is not easy, it challenges me, right? Like the idea of humility, like, is often also what gets me at opposition with people who maybe I would otherwise kind of be compatriots, right? Because central to my faith is this idea that when I look at any person, I am looking at a person who is an image bearer of God. And even wherever they are, even, the most vile person who maybe their policies would directly oppose me as a black gay man, like it's still that person is an image bearer of God. And what am I called? How am I called to answer? And that doesn't equal saying what you're saying is okay. I still challenge that, right? But not in a way that demonizes that person. And I think, it's easy to hate. It is easy to just write off a person as incorrigible, they'll never change, and they'll never be anything. It's hard to challenge them without stripping them of their humanity, even if at the core of who they are, they're trying to strip you of your humanity. And I think for me, that's been the motivator.
What I almost hear you saying there is there's a resistance to turning contradictions into oppositions. So if you can hold the tension of a contradiction, of being able to both love and resist, of being able to both oppose without dehumanizing, and that's hard. Oppositions feel really good, and they're easy. There's I don't even know if this might be apocryphal, this might be made up, but I remember hearing a story during the first Trump administration. Hopefully that wasn't prophetic, but during the Trump administration, where someone at a protest was holding up a sign and said, "Love trumps hate." And I understand the kind of the pun being made there, but there is a sense in which we do, like I got energized. I enjoyed almost hating Trump's hate, and that's taking the contradiction and turning it into an opposition. And I think on some level, maybe what you were naming, Ray, is what does it look like to avoid doing that?
I think your question, if I was going to boil it down to Helm's language, might be something like, what is our theory of change? How do we move from one thing to the other and bring people along? And there is a really beautiful web that I've seen, like a picture out in the world by Spirit in Action. Y'all can Google it. But one of the things that it talks about is that there's these different ways of doing transformation and change. There is reforming, taking the thing that is there and trying to make it better. There is resistance. We've talked about that. There's reimagining what's possible. And then there's also recreating what you have reimagined. And then there's, I think, two more that I can't remember off the top of my head. That's because I usually land in reimagine and recreate. So I am kind of an argumentative, assertive person, but also I'm really focused on how do we embody the common good in our actions now. And I sort of think passionately that if we do that well and honestly with integrity, and that people will be compelled. I still believe that the Spirit of God will work in that and compel people towards it in a good news way. So that's kind of where I land. The one challenge I've found is not necessarily towards people resisting or people with red hats or things like that, but that the system puts up so many barriers to building the recreated, alternative, more beautiful, beloved community world. People still don't have enough food on the table. People do not have appropriate housing. There's not appropriate education. There are people being locked up for things that they should not be locked up. All of these things create such barriers to reimagining and recreating something that is for the common good. And that is what I feel like I have to resist more than people who believe a thing differently than me. And so where I'm resisting those things is trying to create small, I have to work on a small level or I'll lose my mind, small experiments that combat those barriers so that we can find new solutions and be able to grow those solutions over time into ways that kind of break down the barriers that keep us from being able to care for each other like we should be able to.
Can I jump in quickly on? Helms made me think, your comments made me think about Jesus, of course, and especially about, we often have this view of Jesus that has been sanitized for us, and especially in more conservative evangelical environments, you get a very sanitized version of Jesus, really concerned with your afterlife only and not so much about your life here as much. And sometimes even only about money when it comes to this life here, right? But what we see in the life of Jesus, for those who haven't studied it closely, is Jesus was, in one of the categories that Helms puts up, Jesus embodied a lot of theories of change throughout the course of his ministry. But one of the ones toward the end that becomes very clear is that he was a nonviolent temple abolitionist. And so it's very important to look at what Jesus' theory of change is in relationship to the dominant religious and political structure in his world. And the biggest system that was closest to him, he said, it's coming down. It's coming down. And he was right. Now, whether you want to say that the authors wrote that after, Mark didn't. Mark wrote before. We have both pre- and post-temple destruction words of Jesus saying, it's coming down, this system. And Jesus is not just saying, it's coming down because I love destruction. We're building something beautiful in its place, called the kingdom of God, called community, this beloved community, church, whatever it was going to be called. Inter-ethnic, inter-religious, right, new world place, and with a different economic vision and a different vision of how people are going to relate to each other, a different way of living in community. And so I think that creative strand that you're talking about, Helms, is really the strand that I see in the life and teachings of Jesus. And so I want to put that out there and then also say to your question about how does change occur and how do we hold these contradictions. I still have hope because I've seen it happen. But it's not the kind of thing where you all get in a big room and somebody gives an amazing speech and everybody's mind changes. It's really slow work of walking with people. And I'm not talking about like being friends. That's a trap. I'm talking about getting into very small groups and walking hard, intentionally created journeys with folks. And in that process, I have seen people, and I just tell one story. There's a young man in my church, and he went to the most conservative Bible college in this country and came out of that convinced of everything that a white Christian nationalist would know and believe. And somehow, he's not there anymore, right? That's not me. That's what the work has done of him with other people around him, walking on a journey with him. Now, he's done some work himself, obviously. He had to decide he wants to walk this path. But I've watched people. I've seen this happen. I've seen these miracles occur of people coming to a new consciousness and a way of world where they put others before themselves, and it's not all about their particular partisanship or their particular ideas. So I would say the miracles are happening.
you. Yeah. So, and this comfort with ambiguity is, I think, is essential. Because we're looking at a whole different paradigm when we introduce faith and spirituality into the equation. It's not, it's not something we can get our heads around. Because there's an unknown. There's a big X factor, right? And that factor is God's will. So whatever God's will is for His people, for humanity, will be in spite of what any of us do. So I take comfort in that, actually. And that's what gives me hope, because what I see is not hopeful. If that's all I have, then I'm in trouble. Then a lot of things happen, anxiety and all that. But the reason that we are people of faith, I believe, is that we believe that there's something beyond what we can see, what's visible, what we've experienced, something grander at work. There are forces at work that have nothing to do with our efforts, but we're asked to do some simple efforts in order to facilitate its coming about. And sometimes I have a hard time imagining how teaching, like working with kids who don't want to be there on a Saturday, in a children's class, or adolescents, or going to a devotional where someone wants to talk the whole time, and I have a hard time seeing how that's going to lead to the liberation and emancipation of the whole human race, to a society where the extremes of wealth and poverty have disappeared, a society where women and men are true equals, a society where there is no racism or prejudice. But that's the promise that I've been given. So I faithfully just go through those mundane activities sometimes, but there's these little glimmerings of hope, like when you see a child, recite a verse, and you think they haven't listened the whole time, and now they're experts, right? So there's forces at work that no empire, that no political system, that no government can contain, and I take great comfort in that.
Thank you. So I want to be really mindful of our time. So this is us kind of landing the plane here. We have, for the most part, talked at what I might call to stick with the plane metaphor, like a 30,000-foot level. There's been allusions to things going on in our context and here in our city, but on some level, this is a panel not just made up of faith leaders, but local. Like, we are all part of this Charlotte community. So kind of in closing, and you can make this either descriptive or prescriptive, whatever you're comfortable with, and it might depend on kind of where you are or aren't, to use James's example, seeing hope. But talk about Charlotte. Let's take this conversation that we've had about the intersection of faith and spirituality and politics and name something, say something descriptive or prescriptive about our city, this context, something that either you see happening, good or bad, and is, or an ought. And we'll kind of conclude with that, if that's all right.
I'll go first. We got to build up to the crescendo. But I have the bounty and privilege, and so does Jenny sitting over here, and others of having the Baha'i Center in Greer Heights neighborhood, which is, as you know, challenged with gentrification and other things happening in the neighborhood. So, but they have welcomed us with open arms. They have shown us how to love, what that looks like and feels like, not knowing all the details, And we do this through participating in, activities for children together, adolescents, having the center be a space for the community to come and meet for whatever it wants, a birthday party, devotional, whatever they want to use it for. And these little efforts are going on in little pockets of neighborhoods all throughout the city. It's open to anyone who wants to participate. It's not, you don't have to be anything to participate in the uplifting of humanity. Also, we have started some initiatives at the Baha'i Center with Jenny over there as well to address race and racism, keep it on the front burner on a monthly basis. So we'll be happy to talk to anyone about those efforts as well. We also have a book discussion group We did read Anthea Butler's book and really got a lot out of that. Yeah, so I want to leave the balance on my time, but thank you for including me, dear brother, in this conversation. All right.
Recently, I was part of the city community engagement to make the playbook for the Freedom Wilkinson corridor. The Freedom Wilkinson area is one of the corridors of opportunity, and the city is creating this, I don't know, recipe book of things that could happen in the city, and we were given the opportunity to help with some of the community engagement for that. Well, my experience is that I try to, if I'm going to resist at all, it will be within that realm. And so I took my metaphorical, sword and shield, and I was ready. And I had been asked to facilitate something, and I started out the facilitation honoring the native land and truth-telling about the history of the place and calling on the Catawba people and the Shaguri and the Chagall. And then I talked about enslaved peoples building our city. This is at a city meeting. And I led the thing, and I led it in the Helms way, which is a little bit wild. And so all of that happens, and I'm kind of shaky, but my sword and shield are with me, metaphorically. And so I sit down, and we go through the rest of the meeting. And a week later, the people who are in the planning of that work for the city, asked if they could include that in the playbook. And a part of me was like, this is incredible. I cannot believe this. And another part of me is side-eye. Because once something gets co-opted, once it gets embraced, then what? It's kind of like restorative justice is a beautiful practice, but then it got co-opted by the prison industrial system, and now it is something else. And so all that is to say that it's hope. It's like a we'll see. It's like a hope and also a we'll see at the same moment, and kind of having to be cautious and anticipating. And I don't want to feel like I'm going to battle or to debate or to defend at all times. And I don't want to leave everybody with be ready, but also we can walk out of here being all hopeful, bluebirds and rainbows. But let's be real. We've been talking about the bus outside says that we're trying to keep things from another insurrectionist moment. So, I have hope that these things will be embraced, and at the same time, we're on the ready for when it's not.
I think I am hopeful. I'm not hopeful that we are going to deconstruct, we're going to right the wrongs through partisan politics. I'm not hopeful about that. I am hopeful in the last year, especially the faith communities, in this past year where I've gotten a chance to become acquainted, which is largely led by Black and brown queer people. The idea of liberation has been, and I think continues to be central to the message. It's a message of hope. It's a message that reminds us that the way things are, one, isn't how they should be. And if we continue this work, if we don't give up, it's not the way that it will be. And seeing that, elections, politics is a tool of kind of writing that, and it's not the end. It's part of it, but it's not even maybe the lion's share when it comes to challenging the status quo and the systems. And to and those circles where I've been kind of spending some time, it's the reality that elections really are harm reduction for our community in particular. So I'm hopeful that we are, I feel like more and more people are leaving the mindset that our hope is in this one thing. I think our hope is in our collective ability to struggle together and to demand change. Our hope is in continuing, in our perspective, to being the conscience and to not allow either Democrats or Republicans or Green or whomever to forget our grandest call, and that's to consider our neighbor, before ourselves, consider how these policies are going to impact not us necessarily, but folks who aren't us, folks who don't have the access, folks who can't come in the middle of the day to a panel discussion because they're working. And so that's been that's giving me hope, and it's reminded me that we got a lot of work to do, and that work doesn't stop here, and it's not all about just this piece.
I want to build off of Ray. Thank you for that, because I want to say
my hope is in God, but my hope is also in workers. And folks like you mentioned who couldn't be here today, I want to mention that what I saw as hope in the last few years is the strike wave that has taken place in this country. And I want to just raise up the hope that I see in my friend Cass Otley, who's organizing with city workers here in Charlotte. I see that as an amazing sign of hope right here. And I'll just say, for me, one of the mantras I try to live with is that it comes from James Baldwin, a teacher of mine, who says, hope. There's always going to be hope as long as there are people who are willing to take responsibility. And we have a lot of folks in Charlotte who don't want to take responsibility for anything that's happened. But there are also people in Charlotte who want to take some responsibility for history, as Helms was doing with that centering activity, as we're doing on this panel right here, as y'all are doing with this conversation. And we've got to have more people who take responsibility, and we need to build with each other. When we see other people like us who are out here trying to take responsibility for what's going on in the world, let's build together and not fight each other. And I think that's how we'll succeed.
Awesome.
Thank you all. So here at Watershed, our mission is to awaken to love and to struggle as if a different world is possible today. I appreciate the work of all four of you and many of you here in this room doing that work. And so thank you so much. If you all give them just a round of applause for their time and their wisdom. And then Paul's going to come back up. We're going to just invite you to stick around. We're going to take a short break real quick, but we have some amazing panels coming up the rest of the afternoon into the evening. So whether you're in person or tuning in online, we ask that you encourage you to stick with us because there's still much more to come.
Stay on stage because I think someone's going to want to take a photo of you all together. In the meantime, I'm going to bring up Doug Padgett with Vote Common Good. He has a particular announcement that I think we'll all enjoy.
I love that. I love that. Hey, we're traveling in that bus out there. This is our first event of our 2024 run. We're going to go to Iowa tomorrow. We're going to be there over the weekend. We're going to be in Arizona. We're going to be in Georgia. We're going to be back in North Carolina. We're going to be in Pennsylvania. We're going to be in Wisconsin and Michigan. Those places might sound familiar to you for some reasons. But that's the work we're doing. Now, here's the thing. We want to take you all with us. So if you can come with us on the bus tomorrow morning, we're going to leave about 10 o'clock. So if you want to be out here to go to Iowa with us, hop on the bus. But if you can't literally get in the bus and go with us, we do want you on the bus with us. And that's to come out right now, walk out the building. We're going to let all of you and invite all of you be the first signers of the bus. You take a Sharpie marker, you put your name on it, and as we travel the country, there'll be thousands and thousands of people that will sign that bus. So it means a lot to us. If you could gather outside, we get a picture of a bunch of people with markers in their hands ready to sign. It's super fun. It becomes a really fun invitation, and it's still beautiful outside. So we'd invite you to get up here and walk out with us if you want to put your name on that bus, and we'll talk to you more about all that when we get out there. So if you're up for it, we'll see you in a second right outside by the bus.
I think you want to send me. Yeah. I was the person who sent this one.
beginning. You sing it, and in the end you'll still be singing over me. In this
Okay, you ready? Okay, so for the record, now, could you state your name? There's one moment in your discussion that really stood out to me. You said that you've tried in the industry to move away from concentration. I saw it. Can you talk a little bit about why that's so important?
One of the things that's really important to me is to figure out how I can embody what I believe in. And so what's really big to me is to figure out what I didn't do the question.
You're doing great.
Do I need to
you don't have to raise it just in your no, just like a speaker. Use my question in your answer.
Okay, I'm ready.
It's really great. Ready? Here we go. Ready?
I need to boil things down to the most essential things. So that if I have so what I've figured out is core is the love that come together. In all the ways that I can integrate that into my life's work.
This was just brilliant. You said that the systems place so many barriers in the way we imagine
and so that creates barriers for human beings to thrive. So if we have to work so hard to establish the system and keep it going, then how do humans thrive in that situation? So some of the barriers that systems have in place are barriers towards flourishing, food, nourishment, health care, housing, being connected to neighbors. And the systems keep us from being able to really embody and enjoy the rights of life.
Good job.
That wasn't as good as usual, but we'll let it be. We'll let it be.
Thank you, Helps. I appreciate it. 66. No big deal. Okay. All right, so Ben, for the record, for the editor, name and position.
I'm Ben Roswell. I'm senior minister at Myers Park Baptist Church.
Okay. Okay, great job on the panel. There was a lot of things that we could talk about. I'd love to sit down formally, of course, these days. But two things I really wanted to point out. One was this. You said the idea that Christians should not be political is a lie of white supremacy. Yes. Can you expand on that?
So one of the reasons I said that the myth that Christians should not be political is a lie from white supremacy is that the black church is an obvious example of that. The opposite. The black church is always political, always been political. And what that proves is that the church is always political. It's that the idea of not being political comes to white churches as a way of keeping them from getting engaged in the struggle and trying to step back and be a part of it, resisting by saying that we're not going to be political in here, we're going to be refugees for safety and comfort, and they end up thinking they're not being political, but in reality they're being political and worse when it's doing nothing. And I think it's just a lie that comes to us from white supremacy.
All right, second question.
I was up there, James went by himself.
You know, if we'd had that flyer done, Mr. Head.
That's right, yeah.
All right, next up, Bruce is.
Right in your way, huh?
How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm all right. How's it going?
Going well.
Yeah.
Going here and there. Good this week. Things next week.
Oh, cool. What's she doing in St. Louis?
She's bringing off fellows to go.
Oh, that's a new thing?
Yeah.
I got you.
I'll be back in North Carolina.
I heard her here do the book. Amy and I are longtime friends. The book is so cool. Really cool.
So good. So yeah, we'll be with her.
It's amazing. It's like juicy and really juicy in some places. In other places, there's not as much juice. I thought there was going to be
No, like if you want to put it on your story, you gotta have a vertical if you're gonna put it on the story.
Yeah, I know. We all were like, what?
The whole purpose is to sell books?
I know. But her publisher was kind of saying, like, it's not a tell-all. It's a book. It doesn't have to be a tell-all.
All right. This last question. Thank you. Okay, so Ben, like I said, there's so many things that I'd love to talk to you about. But one of the things you talked about was his ministry really against empire and systems that are oppressive to people. How that ideology
one of the ways that we can mimic the way Jesus resisted empire is to get into the story in the background of understanding what the temple structure meant in the first century and who it was controlled by. You have Herod, who was really a puppet of the Roman Empire, right, ruling over this temple structure. And the temple structure itself is also oppressing all the people of Judea and Galilee. And Jesus is resisting this constantly. Every time the temple and its minions show up in his life, he's resisting that for the sake of poor folks who are being oppressed by this religious and political system. He was just saying that. He's talking about temple abolitionists. And so and that's probably what got him killed, if you look at it. So that gives us freedom, I think.
get really mealy mouthed because we off, so please turn them on when you.
Okay, so are they working now?
Yeah, these ones work. These two work.
Okay, all right, so I'll take this.
This one is.
That's better. Okay, all right. So welcome back to Faith and Democracy, How We Got Here, and What's Next. My name is Reverend Dr. Paul McAllister. I am the chair of the Interfaith Caucus, which has organized this event. And I want to once again thank all of our sponsors and supporters. I see several friends who have helped to publicize this conversation that we're having. You will be hearing from them later in the evening, but I do want to acknowledge former Mayor of Charlotte, Jennifer Roberts. Thank you for being here, Jennifer. And also Professor Nancy McLean, who is here. Thank you, Nancy, and all of you who are here and those of you who are watching online. This conversation, as you can see, is about social justice and democracy. And I want our panelists, Harry Taylor, Imam John Ederer, and Reverend J. Mark Davidson, to introduce themselves, maybe take a minute or two to tell us something about yourselves and why you think this panel is important.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm Mark Davidson, retired Presbyterian minister. I retired from 40 years of pastoral work in 2019 in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, where I live, and started work with the Voices for Justice in Palestine, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan, interfaith group working toward a just and lasting peace in Israel-Palestine. It's been a great privilege to be part of that work, and as you might imagine, it's ramped up very intensively this fall. My phone is blown up with requests for interviews and opportunities to speak, and people asking for information and resources. And as heartbreaking and deeply disturbing as these events have been, I will say it has called attention to an issue and deepened people's need to know about this issue in ways that are heartening to me. So I'm glad to be part of that. And Paul, thank you very much for the invitation to be with my colleagues and this panel today.
Thank you very much, Mark. My name is John Ederer. I'm the Imam of the Muslim Community Center of Charlotte. I previously served as the president of MECMIN, Mecklenburg Metropolitan Interfaith Network, used to be known as Mecklenburg Ministries. We had Jennifer Roberts on our board with us while I was there. I was proud to be part of that. And recently I joined the American Muslims for Palestine board of Charlotte as well, and I'm also on the national strategic team. And I've lived with two Palestinians in the year 2002 and 2003, among three other people whenever I was studying at Islamic American University in Southfield, Michigan. And that experience really changed a lot in me. I'm obviously also not born and raised in a Muslim family. I converted to Islam in 1998. So I was spared of the 9/11 Islamophobia campaign. So I was just basically, are you Buddhist, Hindu? Are you going to have a dot on your head? Like, whenever I was growing up, Islam was just different, not a threat to the world. So when I moved in with these gentlemen from Palestine, I had never actually known what Palestine was. I could not have identified what's the difference between Pakistan and Palestine, while my country has come to find out been an instrumental part of erasing Palestine and Palestinians from existence. And I feel like that's an important part of American and American and world history that is not part of the curriculum. I've been part of many interfaith efforts. I feel that it's a very awkward, kind of strange scenario when you want to have a healthy discussion. We're talking about a healthy discussion about facts written by professional historians. We're not talking about what I feel and what you feel and my religion versus your religion, just talking about what happened. There's always this stifling, weird, no, this could bring about anti-Semitism and all of these things. So I feel like this is a discussion that has to be had, especially considering the historic South African case that's being presented as we speak at the International Criminal Justice or Criminal Court of Justice. So I'm very, elated to be part of this discussion.
I'm Harry Taylor. I'm a almost retired commercial real estate broker here in Charlotte. I've been in North Carolina since 1987, and I was in Colorado for 20 years prior to that. 1975 or thereabouts, I got involved with an environmental protest thing that we did successfully, and we actually won our case, and it started me kind of in an activist place, an activist thread throughout my life, and that really ramped up in the late 90s, and I've been at this stuff now hard for 25 years or so. And I ran for Congress in 2008 unsuccessfully, and I have spent a tremendous amount of my time fighting gerrymandering. I began speaking about what gerrymandering does to a democracy in January of 2009, which was just a month after I lost my race for my seat. And I've been at it ever since. And I can tell you, and nobody's going to convince me otherwise, but gerrymandering is why we are experiencing the chaos that we have in our world, not just in the United States, but our world today. Rigging elections to favor political parties is what causes all the chaos, and it causes people to gang up on each other. It causes them to stop listening. And how on earth are you ever going to run a democracy if you can't sit down with people you disagree with and figure out how to get to the next street corner? So I'll stop there for right now.
All right, so you've heard the range of the topics that we're going to try to cover, from Israel and Palestine to gerrymandering, and so I'm going to coin the phrase gerrymandered justice. How about that? Let's work from that idea. How has justice been gerrymandered in this country when we think of human rights, human dignity, and fair opportunity for all? I see that as one of the major risks that we face, Mark, in democracy today. What are some of the risks that you see to democracy?
I think the first thing is to ask whether we truly are a democracy. I think you could start by saying there's much more evidence that we are an oligarchy or a kleptocracy, and that really the beautiful phrase, I think from Lincoln, that government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the face of the earth. There's very good evidence that it is perishing from the face of the earth, not only throughout the world, but there are ways in which we do not truly live in a democracy. I think we have democratic institutions. We still have some democratic norms. At the local level, I think democracy can function more effectively. But I think there are a couple of really disturbing examples where there's a huge disconnect from those who are in the federal office holder ranks and the grassroots. Case in point, over 75% of Democrats and over 50% of all Americans want a ceasefire. They want an end to the slaughter of innocent people in Gaza, period. And yet, we started off with maybe, I think it was 18 representatives from the House of Representatives, and they were all people of color, many of them women of color, and God bless them for their moral courage in saying we want an immediate and permanent ceasefire and an end to the killing. That's less than 1% of the entire Congress. Since that time, we've had a few other initiatives where a few more people, my own Congresswoman Valerie Fouché, who took a boatload of money from AIPAC and greatly disappointed a number of us, but promised to us when we met with her, she said, my watchword is to do justice and to love kindness and to walk humbly with my God. I know what it's like to be part of a subjugated people. I will stand with them. And then she proceeded to tell us that she couldn't be part of a ceasefire because it only helps Hamas. And it was only after concerted effort from the Jewish Voice for Peace folks and from some of us locally, and I would say really the Jewish Voice for Peace people were very effective at getting to her. She finally has joined a letter that's calling for a ceasefire. So I would say there's this huge disconnect. That's just one of many examples. You could point to gun violence. You could point to the bloated military budget. There are all kinds of things where there's a huge disconnect from the federal level to what's happening locally and at the grassroots. I would also say that there's organized money and there's organized people. And those are the two kinds of power that there are. I learned that from the Industrial Areas Foundation people. Those organizers are so good on that. And there's a lot of, I think you really could say that the Republican Party is now given over to autocracy. It's a cult of personality. But if you look at the Democratic Party, they have a decision to make whether they're going to listen to their donors or to their voters. And there are powerful interests at work in our democracy as threats to our democracy. It is interesting that there are clear differences between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. You can point to them, they're very clear. On the other hand, look at the two areas where there is bipartisan consensus: Israel and militarism and empire. When it gets right down to it, the Democratic Party is very different, very, very undifferent or not different from the Republican Party when it comes to those two issues. I think that suggests that the fundamental hidden values that define our nation as an exceptional nation in its way of thinking about itself are its relationship to Israel and all of the economic and financial interests of the Middle East. And those are the things that I think the local voters often feel, how do we get through? How does our voice break through? There is some sign that it is, but I think the captivity to powerful interests, powerful ideologies, powerful donors has really threatened our democracy and still remains a grave threat to our democracy.
Now we have two Johns on this panel. One's a reverend, one's an imam. So I'm going to refer to you as reverend and you as imam so that we don't lose track of who we're talking about. Imam John, what do you see as some of the risks? And would you care to respond to some of the things that Reverend has also mentioned?
I would say I agree 100% with what he's saying. And again, this is something that I had to find out in rigorous studies long after my college years. I grew up in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I had no idea about Black Wall Street until 2013, which I was at that point 35 years old. We had Oklahoma history. We heard about the Greenwood riots, which was just simply some unruly colored folks who just tried to burn down downtown because they're trying to support a rapist. And that's kind of how the story, the lies and the power structure, the white supremacy making itself out to be the victim is not a popular thing in history, but we have seen that. and we're seeing it right now. I think if we go back to exactly when we talk about empire and imperial, white supremacy, the European colonization of the world, and how there was a British Labour Party man last night I was listening to, and he said, I sat here through many deliberations on Ukraine and Russia. And I've sat here and I've listened to Israel and Palestine. And I heard the exact same phrases and concepts being used, but the opposite way. So what the difference to me is that those people from Ukraine are from the Caucasus Mountains, where you get the term Caucasian. They are white-skinned people, and so we need to defend them. And if we look at, some of my friends in the Zionist community who I try to talk with, they tell me it's not colonialism and it's not European. Shlomo Sand, who is an Israeli historian, wrote a whole book called Inventing the Jewish People. He would tell you that there is absolutely no base for all of these people who came from Europe to say that they're actually Hebrew blood. They are very European people. You can see that when you look at them, when you look at the different lineages and genealogies and so forth. And we know that those Ethiopian and Sudanese and other African Jewish folks have had a very hard time, and you can watch in real time people mocking and ridiculing them, saying they need to go back, even those that are Jewish among them. And so we see here also with AIPAC working against Jewish congressmen, and even though the one that's going against them is against the Jewish beliefs and values in many ways, but because they support Israel. And so it's a matter of power, it's a matter of control, it's a matter of wealth. And so these things, we see the overlap, the intersectionality. So people from, when you look at the Sioux and the Catawba people here that I've spoken with, Cherokee, when you speak with people who are native, people from tribes who were genocidally wiped out, we keep hearing about when construction efforts happen in Canada and the United States, mass graves that were not documented with over 100 dead people who would not assimilate into the Christian American project. And the rest of them were, moved away and here and there. And it's pretty clear to me that Israel's goal is to complete a very similar project using the same methods and tactics. And so it's very important for us, if we see that comparing, as Mark said, the Democratic Party represents values just like the United States represents values. We have to have honest, serious, we can't shy away from discussions because we want to be included. The people have to assert that if you're a Democrat, so the whole discussion takes place, if you are not willing to accept the will of the people, then you have not earned my vote, right? And so that's a very tough one. Me and Harry have a different position on this, and many folks do. But at the end of the day, we have to assert control. Otherwise, we find ourselves just kind of tokens of the state control system. So for me, I feel like it's crucial for all of us, as this issue overlaps with so many other issues. You find black women, they understand, and they, the fact that South Africa is the leading country with now about 14 other countries that have joined them is a reason. There's a reason behind that, and that's the people who have been through this. They know what they're looking at, and they're not going to listen otherwise. So our hope is that we can have those bold, healthy discussions based upon facts with the concern that the golden rule, that caring for our neighbor as we care for ourselves and our own family, is what reigns, and everything else needs to move aside so that idea can perpetuate a healthy society.
Well, thank you. All right, Harry. And Harry has been telling us for quite some time that he has to deal with a little bit of hearing loss. So I'm going to repeat the question just to be sure we are on the same page. We're talking now about that question regarding risks. Risks to our democracy. Go ahead.
Right. I want to start with with this, that there's two ways you can look at the world. One, that some people are better than others, and therefore they have the right to duty to rule everybody else. On the other side are people who say, no, we're all created equal and should have the right to be treated equally before the law and have a say in our lives and in government. We have two major political parties in this country, and the next president's going to come out of one of those two parties. It's not going to become coming out of the Green Party. It's not going to come out of whatever that other party. One party believes in democracy, the other party in the rule of law, that power comes from the consent of the people. The other party, led by a would-be monarch and supported by probably half of the elected representative officials sworn to uphold Constitution's laws, envision a United States without a democracy. And not a day goes by that they don't tell us that. This stuff isn't coded anymore. They're not trying to beat around the bushes. They're telling us every single day what they intend to do if they get control of the White House in this fall. There's no coded language. Their admiration for Vladimir Putin and Hungarian President Viktor Orban is straight. Their PAC, their number one PAC, whatever PAC it is, has visited twice with Orban in Hungary. They've invited him to be a keystone speaker and talk about consistently how he destroyed Hungarian democracy. And that's the path that they're following. Same party has issued something called a Project 25, and it talks about what they're going to do in January 25 when they take over. It promises to take a wrecking ball to the Department of Justice, the FBI, Homeland Security, Department of Education and Commerce, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the IRS, and to give the president complete control over agencies like the Federal Communication Commission that controls, so he can control the media. So that's kind of the bulk of this. And if I made a list, and I don't need to go down this list, but these are all risks that we face. The nonstop lies, the race cynicism, or rage, cynicism, ignorance, the lack of confidence in fair elections, the promised election disruption. They're promising right now that they're going to disrupt election. The threat of violence at the polls in the fall. Do you know, somebody mentioned earlier about vote suppression bills. Since last year, June 23, all 50 states have introduced pre-filed or carried over 392 bills with restrictive voting provisions. And worst of all is that people don't know what democracy is. They don't participate. They don't know who they're voting for. They just go out and vote. And somehow we need to change that. We have to do that quick. 2024 is not a rehearsal for 2026. If this election goes backwards, we're not going to have a democracy to compete for seats in 2026. I'll stop there, Paul, because I'm over your time.
So I'm picking up on several themes here. One is authoritarianism, since you mentioned Viktor Orban. We're talking about Zionism. And for the audience and for those who are listening, we want to make this very, very clear. We are not talking about harming or hurting Jews. We are all opposed to that vigorously. We're talking about how a political ideology is used to harm other human beings in the interest of assisting other human beings obtain the human dignity and the human rights that they also deserve. So when we talk about this notion of justice and democracy, the question that we're really asking is, how do we apply a standard of fairness or rightness, if you're talking religiously, righteousness, to achieve a justice that is not perverted? I was listening to a very famous Christian preacher Tony Evans, and many of you perhaps have heard of him, and he echoes this idea that in the Old Testament, we read about God's righteousness, and righteousness is God's standard. And so if you deviate from a standard of rightness or righteousness, then your justice will be off-center, and the more off-center it becomes more less inclusive, more perverted, more problematic, and leads to conflicts and divisiveness and dissension, and ultimately the type of chaos and catastrophe that we have seen in Israel and also subsequently in Gaza. So this is the question. As we confront issues of injustice and intolerance and non-inclusivity at home, how does our engagement in the Middle East in promoting and funding war in the way that we have done it compromise the election? Because many are saying, we don't like what our president is doing, and we are not going to go to the polls. That is a fact, and we cannot avoid it, and we need to be concerned about it. And of course, the options seem to be a Democrat or a Republican. And so if persons are not voting for the front runner in the Democratic Party, then they are most likely going to be yielding or conceding a wide open lane for the front runner, whoever that may be, of the other leading political party. How do we reconcile the need to address these issues? Because they're very difficult. And I would like to hear you. Oh, sure, John, go ahead.
So I'd like to start by framing the discussion in terms of factual perspective. What we have seen historically, a lot of people, I'm not sure if you're aware of the legislation that the Bush administration put forward to shield them at The Hague from the charges of war crimes. And I want you to know that President Barack Obama was utilizing the same safety mechanism because in his term, he committed war crimes. And we have seen right now under this administration, 25,000 people murdered, and we've seen 12,000 children killed. And that was all done with the cover and support of the Democrat. I'm not a fan of I have yet to hear anything good Trump said. I saw a criminal justice reform bill that seemed to, or a movement that I think that's the best that I could say. But outside of that, I have nothing in support of this guy. But what we're talking about with him is the theory of what he might do when he was in there 4 years, he did not cause the harm to both the human lives and the suffering and the destruction of infrastructure of a whole nation, but also the credibility of our country in the world stage. Right? That has been completely decimated with Hakeem Jeffries cheering on the whole way. And so we're seeing the South African charges brought forth, not MSNBC, not Fox News. Nobody is covering a case against our major ally of genocide. That's not news here. So that agenda, that war agenda, is controlling our executive branch and our media system here. So he's talking about Trump will take over the media. Somebody else already has the media in front of our eyes, and nobody can do anything about it unless they have social media. And so for me, the point is to let it be known to the Democratic Party that we generally have an overlap, a large overlap with a lot of the values that you represent. But with this genocide and with this just lie after lie, to the extent that nobody in the press corps, the people who are there listening to the White House press, nobody takes them seriously anymore.
And this is the president, this is the United States of America. We're supposed to have some sort of, so my final word on this before I let Mark to give some words, because I don't want to, take this, time that's so precious for everyone, is that we have right now an opportunity to say we will not accept this outside influence and lobbying to allow such massive things to happen with our tax money.
Martin, let me just, okay. Were you done?
No, go ahead. Okay,
well, let me just go ahead and clarify something very quickly, and then Mark will come to you, John Mark. Okay, Reverend. I think Imam John used the acronym AIPAC, American Israel Public Affairs Committee, for those who do not know what AIPAC stands for. And so the question that we're asking, once again for clarification, is what standard of justice should we use? Bearing in mind that you are Christian, you're coming from a Christian tradition. Imam John is coming from a Muslim tradition. Our dear brother Harry here has basically said to me in private conversation, he is spiritual but not religious, and we can embrace all of these things. What standard of justice? For example, we were talking about the International Court of Justice. Is that the best that we can do? And if that is the best that we can do, then how do we not only rally around this court, but also affirm and lift up the standards that should apply to all countries, not just citizens here in the United States? I hope you can speak to some of that in a way that will clarify some of what Imam Ederer was saying to us.
Yes, I'll say two things about that. I think as people of faith, whatever our tradition, we have a sense of the transcendent. We have a sense also of the immanence, that the transcendent one is immanent in our lives and in all the dimensions of our life. And so part of what that means is that our ultimate motivations, our ultimate values cannot reside in something like international law. On the other hand, we do live in the world. We live in a broken world. We live in a fallen world. We live in a world where people slaughter one another. States engage in horrible acts toward one another and toward other states. And so we need something like what we have and what the international community did after the Holocaust, which was form these conventions of international law. And the whole idea, again, was that this would never happen again, not only to Jews, but to any people. And the provisions there were things like, we don't target or kill civilians. And the reason that that's such an important value is because without those guardrails, we have what Thomas Hobbes called the state of nature. And he described the state of nature as poor, solitary, nasty, brutish, and short. And we've seen nasty, brutish, and short on display lately. And that's because Israel is acting now with green-lighted support from our nation, our government, and full funding, military support, diplomatic support. All of that is such that that Netanyahu and the people in that government feel that they can get away with it, that they're not accountable, that they have impunity, they can act with impunity. And so, yes, we need international law. I am very hopeful that this case brought by South Africa, which is the perfect nation to bring this case, perfect. My hope is that they will prevail. It's been good to see not just a few nations, but now up to 14. I hope that will continue to grow. So yes to international law, but Paul, your question was also pointing toward, are there other foundations for our motivation? And I would say that for me, that came most clearly from the Black liberation theologian James Cone. And I heard Dr. Cone when he was talking to a group of women at Texas Lutheran College in Seguin, Texas, small liberal arts college. He was their guest speaker. And he'd been talking to them about liberation theology and God's preferential option for the poor and the oppressed. And one of these women, very well-meaning, said, Dr. Cohn, I thought that we were all God's children. How do you reconcile this idea that God takes sides, that God exercises preference for the vulnerable, for the poor and the oppressed? How is that consistent with God loves everyone and God provides unconditional love for everyone? Never forget his answer. He said, I have 2 children. One is 16 years old. He's an athlete. He's tall. He's strong. And I have a daughter, and she's 9, and she's slight of stature, and she has a fighting spirit. But when the 2 of them get engaged in sibling rivalry, as siblings will do, and it gets a little rough, I love both my children with all my heart, but I intervene on behalf of my daughter against my son, who is taking full advantage of her. Now, do you see that? That's brilliant, because it makes clear that God's love for all the children, every human being, whatever their racial, ethnic, cultural background, with unconditional, infinite love. Absolutely. Anybody that loves God would know that without even questioning it. And yet this idea that somehow God doesn't take sides absolutely does not work. It doesn't wash. It doesn't wash with the prophets who say, let justice roll down like waters. It doesn't wash with our own observation. And I love Dr. Cohn for saying it doesn't wash with family life. So I think when we take to heart God's preferential option for the poor and the oppressed, that means that we have a moral and a spiritual obligation to stand with the downtrodden and those who are the victims of history. And for me, that's why I wear this scarf. And I should say that when I wear my keffiyeh, the amazing things happen. I mean, we were going, on the way over here, we stopped off to go through a fast food place, get a cup of coffee, and a high school student behind said, I like your keffiyeh. Thank you for wearing your keffiyeh. And, of course, there were some other good old boys gathered around outside who gave me some dirty stares. But, you know, the thing is, those 3 Palestinian students who were wearing their keffiyehs in Burlington, Vermont, and speaking Arabic, wearing a keffiyeh is enough to get yourself shot in this country. I'm not likely to get shot. I know that. I have privilege. But one of the things I can do with my privilege is to try to stand with those who are vulnerable. So I wear the keffiyeh with pride. My wife wears her keffiyeh with pride. And many Palestinian folks appreciate that gesture of solidarity. And it's really a way of, it's just a little thing, but it's a way of saying, I stand with you because my God stands with the poor and the oppressed.
I love to say that God is always on the side of the victim. And sometimes, as you have said, Jews have most certainly, throughout history, have been the victim. And in this present crisis, we see victims on both sides of the geographic border. So let's talk about, very briefly, the idea of gerrymandered justice, because when we're talking about gerrymandering, we're talking about boundaries that are drawn to advantage those who are in power. And when we talk about power, we're talking about empire. This is what you've mentioned. How do you see, Harry, since you mentioned gerrymandering in this next election as a primal threat, and what do we do about it? More specifically, how do we move from complaints and woes to action, organizing, changing the system? What needs to happen? You ran for Congress, you understand.
Yeah. You know, you should all know that we don't have a democracy in North Carolina anymore. It's gone. And we can't change that. We can't even hope to change that until the census comes in the 2030 census comes in. We can hope to change that in 2031. That's 8 years away before we can have a legislature that cares about something other than themselves. All the power in North Carolina is in the hands of two white guys, and they've cut off all the governor's responsibilities. They own every state court, the majority in every state court. So whatever they say happens. And the fact that here's the crux of this whole thing. There's nothing in this world more powerful than people. Nothing. But they have to be on your side for change to happen. And that's what we're talking about. How do we change how we live as a people across the country and here in the United States? And I said for so many years that by and large, almost everybody except a small sector of people in this world are more alike than they are different. They want enough to eat. They want a safe place to sleep. They want an education for themselves and their children when they need it. They want to have access to medical care. They want to be part of something bigger than them. They want to be part of an economic system and earn enough money to pay their bills. They want joy. They want to laugh. They want to do cool stuff. They want to go on picnics. And what we have is here in this country, in this state, is Congresses and legislatures that are arguing about made-up wedge issues just to get everybody mad at each other so we can't sit down and talk to each other. And that's what democracy is about. Come to the table and saying, here's my idea, what's yours, and you sit down and figure out a way to do it. But at the end of every day, everybody's got to eat, and they got to sleep someplace. But if you don't care if they don't eat. You don't care if they have a place to sleep. So I'm focused on how do you get people on your side to make change happen? Can I keep going, Paul? You want to say so? Go ahead.
Well, we are pretty much at our limit, but I'll let you make another statement or two. I do want to say this. We do have one person who was supposed to be on this panel, and she was unable to be here because of a family emergency with her father. So Abby, we are wishing you and your family the absolute best. And if you think about who Abby Lublin is, she is the executive director for Carolina Jews for Justice. So the intention was to have a Muslim, a Christian, a Jew, and let's just call you for the moment, Harry, a secular humanist who with religious overtones. How about that? This was the intention, to embody, to represent the type of bridge building, direct conversation, honest dialogue that we believe and that you're suggesting is necessary in order to move beyond pinning one another in opposite corners or opposite sides of the fence. When we talk about faith and democracy, and here I go preaching, I can hear someone in the Interfaith caucus almost warning me in my ear, don't talk too long. But what we're talking about is utilizing faith as a vehicle to advance our democracy without necessarily mandating that everyone express faith in the same way. So we're talking about a multiracial, pluralistic, and inclusive economy where all are treated with dignity and respect. And Exhibit A is not just what is happening in America to the African American or to the African American female or the woman of color. We have a panel coming up after this one. But also we need to think about our own brothers and sisters beyond our own borders, because we are a global community. And so we have to talk about Israel. We have to talk about Palestine. We have to talk about Turkey. We have to talk about Ukraine. Everywhere I go, I wear my lapel pin with a U.S. flag in Ukraine, not because I support militarism, but because I despise aggression. And wherever aggressive tendencies exist, we have a moral and a spiritual and a human obligation to say something about it. So I would like for you to give final comments. You can take 1 minute each. Speak to what we do collectively to cease aggression, pursue justice, love mercy, and if you're a person of faith, walk humbly with God.
I think I would say that I'm reminded of a Hasidic tale where the rabbi was meeting with his students, and he says, "How can you tell when it is dawn?" And one student said, "Well, you should be able to see the sun coming up on the face of the water." I said, "No, that's not it." And what about if you see the animals? And Sarah went on with several things, and he said, "No, that's not it." And they said, "Well, what is it?" He said, "When you see the human beings in your life as your brothers and your sisters, then we have gone through the night and we have met the dawn." So I think, it does come down to recognizing and respecting each other's humanity at some deep and basic way, despite the differences or maybe because of them, and finding ways to meet in a place of honest and respectful dialogue. I will say that does not mean swallowing your truth. And I think a lot of times people feel like, well, I don't want to polarize, I don't want to, the kind of respectful dialogue that we need to have is one where we are boldly declaring the truth that burns in our own bones and hearing that from other people as well.
When it comes to Israel, Palestine, and the whole discussion, there is one theme. So in terms of faith connection to this land, you have Jewish community, Christian community, Muslim community, Baha'i community. You have all of them agreeing on one fundamental thing, which is the golden rule, that God calls us to compassion. Everybody agrees on that. But those that are in control with our government's unfettered support are not following that. They're not practicing that. And they never have since they began in 1948 having control over it. So that's got to stop. When it comes to America, I'm inspired by Sheriff McFadden. When he was running, I went to one of the gatherings where he was trying to become our next sheriff, and he made a promise that if the federal government expects me as the sheriff of Mecklenburg County to apply ICE policies, they have another thing coming. And he, for his whole time, went against the federal government. So we were told as Muslims since 9/11, voting on a national level, it's like two sides of one coin. If you really look at the end of the day, how your life is, you didn't see much change at all. Everything, the system has stayed the same for the most part. But you tend to have a lot more influence in a local election, city council, county commission, those people. And so it's important for us school boards. We should be very invested in this. And I'll make one final point with my friend here in the room, and I won't be specific. But I was in a meeting with some of our elected officials. And interestingly enough, in this meeting, me and a rabbi were agreeing that we should do something as a city. And certain elected representative of Charlotte told me, this isn't activist zone. This is a city with, we're building some great, important thing here. We can't just do these things. We can't just let out these ideas in the chambers run rampant. And I know that previously we had a mayor that was open to these ideas, to let people say from a perspective that's different. And I remember hearing many times that Braxton Winston would challenge people against all of what they know. And they're like, why do you keep saying these things? He says, because nobody's saying it. So may God make us be the person who stands up and speaks up for compassion, for a better world for each other, and to stand up against the tyranny that may have outside control over us.
You know, I hope most of you in the room, or all of you, know Reverend Dr. William Barber, the extraordinary black preacher and gatherer and speaker. And Dr. Barber talks about in the late 1800s when the black people and the poor white farmers got together to create a fusion movement to overturn the trends in power. And in 2024, we desperately need a fusion movement. I can promise you that there's people that don't understand that to vote on this one side, on this power, this is a side that wants to destroy democracy. It's your democracy they're going to destroy too. They think, and they're told that they can chop a hole in my side of the boat and the boat's not going to sink. And it is going to sink. Do you know that in North Carolina that we do not have the right to, our Constitution doesn't give us the right to petition the legislature to put a question on our ballot. We're about 20 states, and almost all in the South, and this comes out of Reconstruction after the Civil War. But could we not use the guise or the issue of creating a citizen's ballot to put on the ballot or on the ballot what we want? Couldn't we not use that to help people understand citizenship and come out of, in the next, it's impossible, help people fall in love with being a citizen, find out what it's about, what it means. And that's where I feel like we got to create this fusion movement so people don't go to the polls and pull the wrong button. And if they do, then who knows? It end up being good. So.
Thank you. I will say a final word, and then we will take a break and come back in roughly 7 minutes. I want to thank this panel. You can see our ideas diverge, and then in certain areas they converge. The main thing that we want you to, I would think, is takeaways that your voice matters. Every voice matters. And when you do not vote, you silence and mute your voice. Everyone may not support Benjamin Netanyahu. Everyone may not support Joe Biden. Everyone may not support any political figure. We will have various points of view, and that's normal, that's natural, that's healthy. The key to saving and preserving our democracy and advancing justice is in the capacity to promote dialogue that leads to action, concerted action that leads to transformation and the betterment and improvement of lives, not just for those who look like us, but for the other as well. Let's take a break. Okay.
We're good?
Yeah. All right, everybody, we are going to resume. Those who are in the hallway, would you consider coming in? Thank you. We'll pause here for maybe 10 seconds or so.
While you're pausing, I'm going to do the thing that would give me nightmares as a student, and ask you if you're in the back to come to the front rows if you're able to, because the energy of an audience is important for us. You'll get that energy back. So come, yeah, come, keep, yep. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Dominique.
Right. I'm going to introduce you briefly.
Please, thank you, yes.
All right. So we are back for those of you who are online. This is panel number 4. And if you look on the screens, you can see that our moderator is Chloe Shade. Chloe is there. She is a recent, I think 2022 UNC Charlotte graduate. Very impressed with Chloe in terms of her leadership, passion for collective liberation. We share some of the same heroes or heroines, and I'm sure she can speak to all of that. Monifa, we want to thank you for being with us. We know that it took something to be sure that we safeguarded your role. And so we're so grateful. Cheyenne with Common Cause, and also Layla Ali and Roia, I got that right the first time. Thank you. I'm excited about this particular panel. As you can see, this panel represents, in my view, and I hope you would agree, some of the best of what this country is all about and has been about. So with that said, thank you. And you've got roughly 50 minutes. If you need a little longer, go ahead and take it.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. All right, hello everybody. As he said, I am Chloe Shade, and I'm gonna be your panel moderator. First, I just wanna thank you for coming to this forum to have a nonpartisan conversation about what the heck's going on in politics. I want to address that this panel is here to highlight the perspective of women of color in the Charlotte community and our experiences in faith, democracy, and collective liberation. Now, I am not blind to the fact that those are very big topics to cover within those 50 minutes he was just talking about, but I can assure you that we have 4 amazing women on this panel with enriched experiences, lives, and knowledge, and they're going to contribute that to this panel, and I really look forward to it. So thank you, all of you, for being here. First, we have Cheyenne Caldwell. I'm just going to do cute little introductions, and then they're going to take it away. Next, we have, and I don't know why I'm looking, Layla El Ali. No clap? Thank you. On the end, we have Roia Epps Ward. And then right to my left, actually, is my mighty mentor, I like to call her, is Monifa Drayton. Thank you. Okay, so I just want to give you guys a second. We can start at the end and roll this way. Just introduce yourself. Tell us what you do, who you are, what you're passionate about, maybe why you do it.
Wow, okay. My name is Roia Epps Ward. Most folks refer to me as Ro. I am an administrative law clerk, or judicial law clerk for Associate Justice Allison Riggs of the North Carolina Supreme Court. Yeah, that's my shameless plug for Justice Riggs, my personal views. I moved here to work for Justice Riggs when she was appointed by Governor Cooper last year for the Court of Appeals, and as we all saw, she quickly evolved with appointment. So my move here from Detroit, Michigan as a public defender was a good choice last year. So I look forward to the conversation and just happy to be here.
Thank you. My name's Layla El Ali, and I'm a local Palestinian in our Palestinian community. I'm a healthcare worker, and I'm a grassroots organizer here and I'm looking forward to our discussion today. So yeah, thank you.
My name is Cheyenne Caldwell. I am a community outreach and engagement organizer for Common Cause North Carolina. What I do is go out in the community, educate them about the upcoming election, just give them basic information about how to prepare themselves when going to the polls, and do a lot of voter protection.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Onifa Drayton. Everybody calls me Mo, so you have a Mo in a row. So I have been very involved in the community. I'm a gentle disruptor and a peaceful troublemaker. And so I have done a lot of different things. I work in the space of politics, volunteer. Some of your favorite politicians, I've been their campaign manager. I also lead a lot of organizations. I'm also president and CEO of my own company, which is a leadership development company, which is how I got into politics. I think that all our leaders need some leadership development at times. So that gives me the opportunity to be in that space. So definitely glad to be here. And I have to say, I'm so proud of you, Chloe. That's all.
Thank you, ladies. Okay, so I first want to address something that is very important to my heart, is the fact that we have a beautiful panel of diverse women, but we do not represent all women of color in the Charlotte community. We do have some people that are not on this panel. We do not have Latinx representation. We do not have Asian representation. We do not have Indigenous representation. And I want you to know that we recognize that, and we make space for them, but we will not speak for them. So just putting that out there, making that clear. I want to start this panel off with a quote that I read. And it says, we've got to get people to realize if I don't vote, that means the social services in my community are not going to be readily available. That means allocation of resources will not come into my community. That means that when you elect a mayor, that mayor picks the police chief, and that determines policing happening in your community. When you elect the judge, that judge determines synthesis in courtrooms that affect your community. When people come before them in terms of the application of the law. So we need to do a better job in explaining this. This is how this will impact you. We need to show people this is how your community will be affected by the people who are elected, who make the public policy, who make the decisions that will determine what happens in your community. And when someone says, I don't see why I should vote, ask, what's the alternative? So, I start with that, and I would like to start with Roia. As I said a moment ago, talking about the domino effect within the community's social services. For example, the mayor that we choose affects the police chief, or the judge that we choose affects how our community is handled. Can you elaborate on how this impacts wrongful convictions in North Carolina, and how our participation in elections has the potential to make a difference?
Well, definitely. And I say that because one of the main reasons why I became an attorney is because my husband was wrongly convicted for 26 years for a crime he didn't commit at the age of 18. And on the brink of, I'm sure you guys have heard about Ronnie Long this year. I'm supposed to meet with him and his wife next weekend. Just, developing community. Yeah. Thank you. So definitely passionate about this topic. So one of the main things when you're talking about a wrongful conviction is, like you said, the domino effect, who you put in office. One thing that I learned quickly when I moved here last year and just looking at North Carolina as a whole, Mecklenburg County has the lowest voter turnout. That's a travesty. Because somebody correct me if I'm wrong, is Mecklenburg County the largest county in North Carolina? So you have the largest county in North Carolina that's allowing the rest of North Carolina to speak for them, to be the voice. That's a travesty. So one of the main things is targeting the populations that are targeted typically by wrongful convictions, and typically they're people of color. Just statistics, this is facts. 1 out of 3 black men are likely to be convicted once they're charged versus 1 out of 7 white men. So the disparaging impact, these are facts, these are statistics. This is stuff you can Google. With my husband, it was a funding issue initially at the trial level, which led to what we revealed: police misconduct, prosecutorial misconduct, and these are typically elected officials, as Chloe mentioned, that are put in these places. And one of these things that I like to challenge voters on once you get them to get out and vote in Mecklenburg County. I think that's your biggest task. So that's the elephant in the room. People got to get out and vote, because these kind of discussions aren't going to be impactful if you don't do something about it. Is you ask your lawmakers, ask your legislators, ask your Congress, how do you feel about wrongful convictions? You know, they go around, they're on the campaign trail, ask them. And then I look at cases like Ronnie Long, he's did 44 years at the age of 21. How do you get that time back? How do you compensate them? And I believe $25 million isn't enough. It's not. And I'm going through the same thing with my husband in the Eastern District of Michigan. We're from Detroit, where I was a public defender, and the disparaging impact is far worse there. Just to give you an idea, Chicago was #1 in the nation for wrongful convictions. Detroit is #2. So it kind of shows you the kind of stuff that we're used to seeing, besides being personally impacted by it. And to have these prosecutors that are more concerned with a conviction rate rather than taking a stand against injustice to make sure I got the right person. And something that has just baffled me since I've been here in North Carolina is that you don't have one conviction integrity unit in this entire state. That's a travesty for a state that has the death penalty. And these are conversations that I've spoken with judges about here, because I'm very open because I was personally impacted. And they'll mostly say, oh, well, you know, we haven't used the death sentence in years. You know, we rarely use it, but you haven't taken it off the books. So because you haven't taken it off the books, you don't think you need a conviction integrity unit? So these are the questions that you need to start candidly asking people that you are electing, because you think that a wrongful conviction can impact you. You take for granted that it may not happen to you. But I'm telling you, it happens. We're sitting here talking right now, it's happening right now. But these are the real conversations that you need to have to remind people that they're real. But the biggest thing is that we have to do first in Mecklenburg County, you got to encourage people to, one, register to vote, get out and vote, make sure they get transportation to go out and vote, make sure they have childcare to go out and vote, whatever it takes. But that should be the biggest thing that's targeted by anybody that's in this circle or in this room, is making sure we get people to get out and vote to prevent things like this. Because literally, you're going to pay either on the front end or the back end. Because to have one lawsuit like Ronnie Long's, for example, who do you think pays for that? If you're attacked, who do you think? So you're going to pay for it, literally. It may not impact you or your family, but you're going to pay for it in the end. And those are the kind of conversations we need to start bringing in the room.
Thank you. Yeah. Does anybody else want to add to what? Can I call you Ro? Are we there? We're cool now? All right, cool. To Ro had to say it. If not, I have another question lined up. Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. I think that's a wonderful perspective to contribute, because you're right, like wrongful conviction feels something so distant to us. If you don't experience it within your immediate family, it feels like, that's not gonna happen to me. You know, it would never happen to me. And then until it happens to you, you know, so yeah.
One last thing I want to say. And the other thing about a wrongful conviction is, don't you want the right person in prison? Because guess what that means? The guilty person is likely still on the street. I'll use my husband's as an example. Since 1989, 3,400 wrongly convicted men and women have been released in the U.S. I thank God every day that my husband is one of the 3,400. But that means if there's 3,400, they probably didn't have the money or the resources to fight to get out. So that's the reality of it. So you're paying for them with your tax dollars to be in prison, wrongly convicted, and that means the real person is still out. The guy, my husband's name is Ramon Ward. He's on the National Registry of Exonerees, RAMONWARD. The guy who actually committed the murders that he was wrongly convicted of for 26 years, the police had him in custody 2 weeks prior. He was a career criminal. He knew how to invoke his right to silence, and he knew how to ask for a lawyer. Whereas my 18-year-old husband, who's a street kid, he got into some trouble, but he didn't kill anybody. He didn't know his rights. The police told him, hey, come downtown and talk to us, you go home in 15 minutes. trip home didn't come for another 26 years. And now the impact of what I even deal with on a daily, he's still in prison, not physically. And just in the spirit of transparency, you have to be real with people like that are your elected officials, that are making decisions for you. Because until you change something in Mecklenburg County, the majority of this state is going to speak for you.
Thank you. If you haven't noticed, we have some amazing women on this panel, and they all come from different experiences and backgrounds, and I just want to thank you for sharing your personal story and also your career story. My next question is actually for Layla, who is right next to Ro. Hi, Layla. Layla, as someone with professional healthcare experience that extends not only outside of North Carolina, but the United States as a whole, what parallels do you see in the maternity crisis for women of color throughout the world?
Thank you, Chloe, and thank you, Ro, for sharing. So my name is Layla, and I've worked not only in Palestine, but in the U.S. in the healthcare system. And the maternity crisis that I've seen here in North Carolina alone in 2023 was the fact that over 80 Black babies were killed in our healthcare system in Charlotte alone. And this is due to neglect. African American and Black women are 5 times more likely to pass away after giving birth due to that neglect. And this is happening right now in our healthcare system. And it parallels directly to what is happening in Palestine and in Gaza right now from the aggression and the genocide that's partaking right now. There are 5,500 Palestinian women who are set to give birth this month. There's 160 women who give birth every single day in Gaza. They are doing surgery, C-sections without anesthesia. Placentas are injured, and many women are losing their babies. And it's due to the neglect. So how does this relate to North Carolina? How does this relate to Charlotte? Well, North Carolina sends millions of military aid to the state of Israel. And that millions, if you really think about it, it could go to supporting our justice system, our hospitals, to creating safer spaces for our women here in the hospitals and for our communities. And unfortunately, it's going to directly fund not only a colonial project, an occupation, an apartheid state, but a state that does not value women. So it makes me question, how can women of Charlotte support not only our sisters here, but our sisters back home? And I've met with the mayor, and I've met with Mayor Lyles and Congressman Jeff Jackson and many of our county commissioners, as Charlotte has expressed its support for its Israeli communities. And unfortunately, when we see this, where does Charlotte stand when it comes to supporting people from Palestine, people of color, women of color? And unfortunately, it has been brushed under the rug. And it's very important that we take elections seriously and that we educate our communities, because we want people in positions to support us, to be a voice for us, and to be able to see the parallels in our community and bridge those gaps so we are safer and we are protected. And it's something that I hope to see more often, and it's a heartbreaking situation, but it's a constant cycle that does happen.
Thank you, Layla. Yeah, that brings me right to what I have to talk about next, and that's the conversation about collective liberation and what it looks like to be here and be there for one another as much as we can. Collective liberation is rooted in the understanding that our struggles are interconnected, and that we must stand together to solve those problems, to know that what I'm going through here may be similar to what somebody else is going through out there, and vice versa, and that our movements can coexist, not only coexist, but intertwine and uplift one another. You kind of asked this question in the midst of what you were talking about, but I would like to open the floor to you two, whoever would like to answer. In what ways do you think women in our communities can better uplift our sisters of different identities, backgrounds, and struggles?
I would say is coming together, because we're bigger in numbers, understanding our differences and connecting with each other. I feel like, because we're still women, we live in Charlotte, and what you said really spoke to me. I never knew that North Carolina was doing that. So now you got me fired up and want me to do something about that as well. So, and just opening up for these discussions, I feel like that's what really helps us get the word out and get us to come together to make a difference.
Yeah, thank you, Cheyenne. Do you want to share?
If I can go back to the Black maternal health, is that okay?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. So I was a leader in healthcare for over 22 years. Worked a lot in different spaces, opened a hospital, all kind of different things. But the one thing that is constant, and I definitely agree with what you're saying, the major thing, and one of the major issues in which we saw disparities in Black maternal health, is bias in healthcare. That is a significant issue, and it continues to be a significant issue, because if no one at the table looks like you, then more than likely you won't receive the optimal care, because there's a disconnect in understanding. So if I go to the doctor and I say, hey, my chest is hurting, and actually, let me take it to a real story. One of my very, very good friends, we were friends since we were 15 years old. She fit the classic category of what weight you should be. She worked out, she ate well. She kept going back to the doctor, and she said, my heart is beating fast when I worked out. He said, you're okay. And she went back again, and she said, I can feel my pulse beating in my neck every time I work out. And he said, oh, you're okay, you're okay. And then she ended up collapsing at 41 years old, congestive heart failure. And we thought for certain that, okay, she's going to pull through this, and she died. At 41 years old, when I did some investigation, they said that, if someone would have listened and just put a heart monitor on her for the weekend, they would have saw that it was significant arrhythmia. This is what happens in healthcare when we look at Black maternal health and the disparities even in that space. No one is listening. When we say, hey, I'm not feeling well, hey, I don't know if my baby is moving, it is always a constant push. So I'm not one to sit back and complain, and I could not sit at the table in healthcare and be quiet. That is, I said I'm a gentle disruptor, and I'm going to disrupt every time I have the opportunity. And so I recognized that there was a disconnect, that we didn't have enough Black women in leadership. We needed to have Black women in leadership because they needed to be at the table to help make policies, and they needed to be at the table to help create processes and recognize the issues. So I went and I said, hey, can I start an affinity group for Black women? We had LGBT group, we had the veterans, we had the men's, we had everybody. And for 5 years they said, no, we don't need a Black women's group. And then finally someone said, yeah, go ahead. And so I thought, okay. They said, fill the paperwork out, I'll sign it for you in an hour. And so I thought, please just let 20 women come to this kickoff. I need 20 women because they need to know that we need this for our organization. And so the RSVP started coming in, and it got up to 20, and then 50, then 500, then 1,000, then 1,400, and then 2,000. And 2,400 Black women in healthcare showed up to say, hey, I want to be a part of the solution. And so this is what, thank you. This is what, but I do want to say it was a collective effort. And so we can be on Facebook, and we can complain on social media and Snapchat, and we can know all of these things. But if we are not actively in each day actively working to change the policies and the processes, then the problem will remain the same. We cannot continue to complain. We must be active in creating the solutions to make sure it does not happen. The fact that Black women are dying in childcare, a Black woman with a master's degree is less likely to survive labor in comparison to a white woman with a GED. The first thing that they tried to say is it's a socioeconomic issue. This is why, because for some reason when we talk about poverty, we immediately think Black women. That's just not true. So you have Black women who are high earners, highly educated, who still can't deliver babies in this country. safely. We deliver babies at the same rate of third world countries. It is a problem. One of my favorite quotes that Dr. King said is, out of all of the forms of injustice, inequality in healthcare is the most shocking and inhumane. If you do not have the fundamental right of healthcare, nothing else can be built on top of that. So I just had to share that. I'm passionate still about healthcare. I'll always be an advocate for healthcare, but this is not a black woman's issue to solve. It is a community's issue to solve.
Thank you. That's yours.
Oh, okay.
I have mine.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just teasing. You're actually going to answer the next question too, if you're okay with that, unless you need a breath.
No, I'm good.
Because you just gave this. You just, as they say, they said
preach,
right? You just preach.
preach.
Thank you for sharing that. Yes, there's definitely there's those parallels between our communities and our healthcare and what that looks like. So thank you both for sharing that, and that sparks a lot of interest for me to go home and do some research about more of the shocking similar factors. Okay, so historically, we can give credit to the matriarchs for uplifting our communities in times of uncertainty. To quote Angela Davis, my heroine, as we would say, twins, she said, even though we may not know the names of all of those women who refused to ride the bus from a poor black community to affluent white communities in Montgomery, Alabama, it seems that we should at least acknowledge their collective accomplishment. That boycott would not have been successful without their refusals, without their critical refusals. And thus, a figure like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. may have never emerged into prominence. In what ways do you see women shaping the movements of today? Are there any specifically in Charlotte?
Sure. So Charlotte is just full and rich of so many amazing women doing amazing things. When I think about, so I'll kind of veer, well, let me just stay with Black maternal health because I want to stay there for a second. There is a woman named Shernavia Montgomery. She oversees the Caring. She's the executive director, CEO of Caring. She is passionate about making sure that all people receive the adequate health care. And in the coming months, she is planning a Black maternal health conference. To me, that is someone who is taking the lead. I think about Jatanya Adams, who is in the West End. Food disparities, and there's always an argument if food disparities or inequities are real. It is real. For me, it is real. She is leading so many significant charges. I look at some of our city council elected officials. We have some that are doing incredible things to make sure that we bring equity to the space, to make sure and a closed session, but somehow it made the front page of the paper. But she brought an example. She brought what looked like marijuana so everyone could see. Hey, you can't. She brought this to the meeting and said, hey, go ahead and decide. So let me know which one is the illegal one. Oh, which one is the illegal one and what is real. It looks the same. How do you criminalize the fact that we don't have enough housing? How do you tell someone who has no house that they can't use the restroom on the street? So because they use the restroom on the street and there are no buildings available for them to go to the bathroom, there's a discussion that they will now receive citations and be arrested. Where do you go? This is a basic human right. So when we have women such as our Councilwoman Johnson and such as Jatanya Adams and all of these incredible women, we have women right here. They just need our support. They need us to be there and be an advocate for them. And again, this is not one group. I think about in 1913 when we had when the women were during the Women's Suffrage March, and they were really focusing on making sure women had the right to vote. Well, it wasn't, there were a group of black women who were there. They told the black women, you can't march with us. You have to march in the back. And they said, okay, we'll still march in the back. And they threw bottles and they of course disparaged them. But we need a collective community to say, hey, we're all going to come together. This is the charge of all women. This is everybody's problem. When we look at the Women's March, 6 years ago, 98% of black women said, I'm not going because that's not my fight. It's not my fight to be there, because we know that when our pay is there's inequitable pay, we don't see white women standing for us in most cases. We don't see that. We don't see a shared opportunity for equal fight and partnership in the fight. So we have to come together more equitably. And I want to say, I'm generally speaking, it's not every single white woman, it's not every single black woman. I want to be very clear. One of my favorite mentors is a white woman. So I want to be very clear, and I don't say that as a cliche. Shout out to Katie. So I don't say that. Yeah, shout out to Katie. So we have to work collectively. We have to start with abandoning the divisions between us in order if we're going to move together as a community.
Would you like to answer that? No, she did. She does that. She's good, right? I want to let you all know, if somebody asked me that question, I would say all of your names, like, oh, who are the people doing it in Charlotte? It's y'all, right here, the women on this stage. So I just want to recognize that too. Thank you, Mo. Cheyenne, as an outreach and engagement community organizer in Charlotte for Common Cause, repping your people, you work a lot with eligible youth voters. Now, a question that I am asked all the time, often by Monifa, is how do we get youth voters to show up? What are your thoughts and ideas on that?
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, this is a huge question that's been on my mind for a while. I got into politics because I had this conversation with my grandmother. We would watch CNN a lot. Like, I watch it, we'll discuss it, I have so many questions, and I feel like that's where that passion came from. Then I go to school. I went to North Carolina Central University, HBCU, and I took my first poli-sci class. I fell in love with politics. I knew this is exactly what I wanted to do. But I saw the same thing, that people my age, my friends, didn't really understand that how important it is, the primaries, the general elections, how important it is for them to register to vote and to vote. I believe younger people, we want that instant gratification. I think that's what the biggest issue is. Like, they want to see that difference to make now. But when it comes to voting, when it comes to electing people in general, it's a marathon and not a sprint. And I'm hoping that what I do, reaching out to the community, that they see me out here, that they understand that it's a marathon and not a sprint. And for you to get what you need to get done, to pass the right bills that needs to be equal for everyone, that's what we need to do, is have that better understanding, educate more. I know this is said multiple times about social media, but I still believe social media can really help, because we're seeing that younger people are coming together to boycott certain things and have these conversations. And I see my friends asking me questions like, hey, did you know this? Or did you know this bill just got passed? And I'm like, yes, I did. So yes, I love to hear it. And I always ask them those questions. I invite them to my events so they understand how important this is. So I do truly believe to get younger people to vote is for them to understand that this is a marathon and not a sprint.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You are completely right about social media. It has been the champion of a lot of recent movements. A question that I'm navigating myself and don't have the answer to, and maybe nobody has the answer to it yet, is how social media has been beneficial in helping get youth involved in geopolitical issues that are beyond it. You were talking about boycotts. Like, we're seeing the awareness of the BDS movement for Palestine be more globally aware than it ever has been before, I would say. But how do we get youth voters interested in local politics? You're right about that instant gratification. When we all band together and we can see it on social media, when we can see the impact happening, it's like, oh, okay, we did something. But local politics, how do we get that interest? Because I'm gonna be honest, it wasn't until recent that I've even taken interest in local politics. Yeah, that was just kind of a out there question, but I'll attach it with this question that is open to the four of you for you to contribute anything you'd like to. Getting people to register to vote is only half the battle, as we know, and getting them to actually show up to the polls is the real challenge. So what other challenges do you see when engaging the community in local elections, and how do you think we can win the second half of that said battle?
Yeah, so I think my community specifically has recently become more engaged in the political scene. Over the past 2 months, when I met with some commissioners and congressmen, it was the first time at least one of our commissioners met with a Palestinian and Arab, Muslim, whatever you would like to say. And for me to sit down in someone's office in the government building and to be told that, I was stunned, because my grandfather's been here for 70 years, and I was, like, the math wasn't mathing, as the young folks say, whatever. But yeah, I am the young folks, that's why I said it. But yeah, I'm young, I'm still, this isn't my field at all. Like I said, I'm in healthcare, so having these meetings, I was just really shocked. And I'm kind of going to piggyback off of what you were talking about city council members. We go to every city council meeting, and we speak, and we sign up to speak. And we had a Palestinian mother who lost over 11 family members stand in front of our councilmen and not be taken serious when she asked for a ceasefire, for support, for hand in hand. So to be honest, we don't trust people who are elected here. But it has fueled a fire where we want to show up now. We want to become educated. We want to fact check every single person and make sure that we are voting for people who, if a mother goes and stands in front of councilmen, that she is heard and she is respected. And coming up will be the 3rd or 4th time that we're going to city council meetings and we're signing up to speak, and it's as if we're begging just to be heard or respected. And this is in our community here. And when it comes to organizations here in Charlotte, NGOs, Grassroots, there's no representation for Muslim Arab women. And it's due to 2 parts. Due to a lack of education in our own community. Do they know their resources? Do they know where to find help? And then creating that safe and welcoming space that unfortunately does not exist. Many organizations over the past 2 months in Charlotte alone have said, be silent on any issue regarding Palestine. Be silent on any issue in regards to reproductive rights, in regards to the maternity crisis and what it looks like for Palestinian women and what it looks like for Arab Americans even living in the States. So there's that lack of trust. But our community is always fueled by, we do want that representation, but where can we find it? What party is it found in? A lot of our community members don't know about different parties or different politicians. They just go and they vote and they think, oh, Democrat represents the people who struggle, so I'm going to go vote for them because our values must align. But the tides are changing and they're shifting really strong, and people are really doing their research and they're really becoming more educated in this, and they're looking for those answers. And I think, I hope one solution when we leave here today is, what's the next step? We're talking about it and we're having these conversations, but what can we provide for our communities and for our people? And I think it's really important.
Yes, thank you, Layla. Thank you. Would anybody else like to add to that question? No? Okay. Thank you, Layla. That was beautifully said, and I think my feelings personally resonate with a lot of what you're saying. And even if we address the intersectionality of the woman's identity that you were talking about, her being Palestinian, her being a mother, her being a woman, all of those are identities that may contribute to her not being taken seriously. And those are factors that I think all of us up here have experienced. And that's why we wanted to do a panel specifically of women of color. Our experience is unique. It's not a monolith. We're not all the same. We know that for sure, but it's unique, and I think it's time that we band together. We reach out to other communities, other women, and uplift one another. That's all I can ask. I feel the most powerful when I'm in a room with women like you guys. So thank you. I will give an opportunity if anybody wants to add any closing remarks. If not, we can wrap it up. No? Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much for being on this panel, for taking time out of your day and responding to little old me. I also want to thank Dr. Paul McAllister. I don't know where he went, but thank you, and thank you to the Interfaith Caucus. Yeah, have a good rest of your night.
Friends, we'll take a little 10-minute break between these. So, and there's still food over there if you haven't yet enjoyed some.
Hey friends, we're going to start in 5 minutes. So if you need a quick personal break or grab a little food in that other room, we'll start at 6:42.
Yes, sir.
All right, y'all, we're going to get started here. So if you'd like to be part of this session, we'll invite you to find a seat. Or always invited to stand in the back and enjoy some coffee or tea. I'm going to encourage us to start with a breath practice, if you'd all be up for that. Sometimes we get into these meetings and there's a lot of breath coming out because people are talking, and there's a lot of sitting, and there's a lot of mind. And so I'm just going to invite us to take a moment, if you're up for it, and sit in a way that feels comfortable to you. Some people like to put their feet on the ground. Some people like to straighten their back, or however it works for you. And just going to invite you to breathe in, to hold for a moment, and to fully breathe out. Some of you might even like to put your hand down to your stomach and feel it breathing. We are human beings breathing and living and talking and inhabiting our bodies. And Catherine and I are friends, and we both benefit from being intentional about breathing. So thank you for joining us in that action. And if at some point in our conversation you're feeling heavy or it feels like a lot of strain, I'd encourage you to sigh that out. The deep sigh is a really good thing for the human body, that just, and letting it all out and let it go. So feel free. And if it needs to be audible, great. Feel free to just let it ring through the room if you need a big sigh of, there's a great phrase, right? A sigh of relief. That's not just a metaphor, that's actually a sigh when relief comes. So my name is Doug Paget.
And I'm Catherine Stewart.
There you go.
I'm Catherine Stewart. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I get to play the role of interviewer, and this is a great thing for me because I'm a big fan and have been so helped by Catherine's work and your friendship and all. So thank you for sharing your time with us today.
Likewise, I'm so grateful for your fellowship and friendship and for all of you.
Great. Catherine, you are an expert on something called Christian nationalism. People in the room might be familiar with it. We have it on the side of our bus, Confronting Christian Nationalism. We run trainings that involve some of your teachings around the country. We ask people, how many of you are opposed to Christian nationalism? And all the hands in the rooms go up, partly because they're coming to a Confronting Christian Nationalism event. And then we'll say, how many of you can define Christian nationalism? And about 90% of the hands go down. They know they're not for it, but people have a hard time knowing exactly what it is to a satisfying level. Do you experience that? And if so, when people ask you, what do people mean by Christian nationalism, how do you respond?
Well, how I respond is this. Christian nationalism, let's talk about what it is, and let's talk about what it's not. Christian nationalism is not Christianity. It is not a religion. It is a political movement and ideology that exploits religion to consolidate political power. So when I think about it, I think about it as two different things. On the one hand, it's an ideology, a set of ideas, and on the other hand, it's an organized movement to consolidate political power. So let's talk about what each of those things mean. As an ideology, Christian nationalism boils down to the idea that America is founded as a so-called Christian nation, which is really a very sort of reactionary understanding of what the Christian religion is. And it says that this is what makes us great. It's a very identitarian. It's got all these ideology. It has all these cultural assumptions attached to it. And it says that this is what makes us great, rather than our democracy, our democratic principles, the principles of equality and pluralism and justice that represent the best of the American promise. And it sort of says that all of our problems derive from the fact that we have somehow abandoned these principles that are supposedly, our country is supposedly founded upon. But that ideology is really just a tool for a leadership-driven political machine that turns that story into a tool for political power. I mean, the movement, as I mentioned earlier, is both leadership-driven and it's also organization driven. So I want to talk about what that looks like and how it works for a minute.
I've been an evangelical pastor for my entire adult life. I'm in the progressive evangelical stream, which is small and very unknown to a lot of people. But I know that in the larger evangelical traditions, and even in the Catholic traditions and many of the mainline traditions, people feel like, I wish there was more spirituality or more God in our society. That's like an impulse people have. They talk about it a lot. That's not what you're saying is Christian nationalism.
No, absolutely not.
Reading that, it seems like that's what
right. It's the exploitation of religion. It's very identitarian. I would say it sort of promotes ideas that most American Christians would see as antithetical to their understanding of the religion. But it's not just a set of attitudes embraced by the rank and file. It's really a political pathology that afflicts political systems. And it's also a kind of, it's also a tool for political power. And the way that it works is by sort of exploiting that story of America's allegedly conservative Christian founding and all of those cultural assumptions, and sort of using that to litigate, a really broad-based political and economic agenda. And a lot of the way that works is that the movement has invested for decades in a range of organizations, and we can sort of group them into categories. So there are policy groups, and I'm going to name some names. This is by no means comprehensive. Policy groups like the American Family Association or the Family Research Council. There are think tanks such as Heritage and its activist arm, or the Manhattan Institute. There's a very vast and very well-funded legal advocacy sphere, groups like the Alliance Defending Freedom, which has an annual operating budget of over $100 million a year. Groups like the Federalist Society, which play an outsized role in sort of grooming and promoting candidates for the courts with the right sort of correct ideological bona fides. Groups like Liberty Counsel, the Pacific Justice Institute. There are very sophisticated data operations, networking organizations, such as the Council for National Policy, the Family, or groups like the Ziklag group. A lot of these groups bring together movement leaders, bring them together with big donors to the movement, and also sometimes politicians who are favorable to the movement. They are not always, yeah.
So I have two questions for you, sure. And I'm going to clump them together and you pick which one you want to answer in whatever order. One is, why do you know all this? And why was that interesting to you to figure it out? Because you've spent some time understanding this. Why do you know it? And the second is, do these groups self-identify as Christian nationalists?
That's a great question, Doug, because you can't say that every single person who works for all of these groups is a, quote, a Christian nationalist, right? But what you can say is that these organizations are contributing to a Christian nationalist agenda or a religious nationalist agenda because, again, religious nationalism, like authoritarianism, is a political pathology that afflicts political systems. It's not just a set of attitudes embraced, it's not like something that's embraced by millions of supporters. The one thing I want to say about the movement, it is radically anti-democratic, both in its ideology and it's also in its methods of operation. This is a movement that rejects the principles of pluralism, equality, and justice that represent the best of the American promise. It's a movement that promotes this idea that there are certain kinds of Americans destined to rule and other Americans who should be compelled to submit. It's very identitarian. It's really kind of an identitarian nationalism. It's an idea of, the insider versus the outsider, the pure versus the impure, those who are the true Americans, and then the others who are worthy of contempt or having their rights stripped from them.
You say that reminds me of that video that I saw when the people participated in what I consider was an insurrection on January 6, 2021. They were inside the Senate dais and they led a prayer after taking over that space and said, "Thank you, God, for letting us in," and to show that this is our country and not theirs. That kind of mentality and that kind of thought. Is that consistent in the world of Christian nationalism? People talking about taking our country back, or it's ours and not their country?
Exactly. Sometimes it's easier to see when it's happening in other countries. When we look at political leaders like Orban in Hungary, or Erdogan in Turkey, or perhaps leaders in Iran, or to some degree some of what Modi is doing in India, when these leaders bind themselves tightly to ultra-conservative religious figures in order to consolidate their own political power, we recognize this rightly as religious nationalism. Why do they do it? They are, I think about someone like Putin in Russia. They're doing it to consolidate their grip on their country by dividing their own country. They are using it to almost bubble wrap themselves in sanctimony, so that inhibits any check on their corruption, their cronyism, or perhaps nepotism or abuses they may be perpetrating against their own people. And we have, listen, this is a nonpartisan event, so I'm not going to name any individual politicians or parties, but we have seen some candidates for president in this election cycle do this kind of thing. They say, well, the greatest threat is not to our foreign enemies, as dangerous as they may be. The greatest threat to our country is the enemy within. And that's a way of dividing between the righteous and the unrighteous.
That can be tempting for people on all sides of the political spectrum to think that the others need to be removed from power. I think that it's fair to say the current Speaker of the House at the federal level is a self-identified Christian nationalist. I think he identifies that way. And there's a lot of people I know who vote the way I do and think the way I do, who feel like no one who holds his views should ever have political power in America. How does that kind of thing strike you?
Listen, we're all free to engage in the political level and advocate for and vote for the candidates that we prefer. But the thing about religious nationalism is that this religious nationalist leaders, they go after the press, they go after the electoral system, voting rights, they go after women's rights and the rights of sexual minorities and religious minorities and anyone who's deemed an other. And this is antithetical to our democratic principles. Listen, voting rights are the foundation. That's like a foundation of our democracies, the right to vote, the right to have our policies deliberated in public, and our laws sort of affirmed through democratic processes. And so trying to, deny the consequences of a legitimately decided election is something that we should all be deeply concerned about. To get back to a question you asked, like, why do I know this? So I've been researching and writing about this movement for 15 years, and a lot of the way that I do my research is I go to events. I go to strategy meetings and gatherings and conferences. I want to tell you about one that I attended. I went to an event put on by an organization called Faith Wins. It's one of the many pastoral organizations like Watchmen on the Wall, Church United. What these organizations do is get conservative-leaning pastors together, and they, often bring them together in, a church setting, and they get people from the local area, and then they do these presentations that are like, you need to get your people out to vote. These are the biblical issues, and those biblical issues, supposedly biblical issues, inevitably reduced to 2 or 3 of the, favored culture war issues. It's not about alleviating poverty, of course, or, promoting justice or equality. It's always about, reproductive rights, same-sex marriage, and things like that. And so I went to this gathering, and people putting on this event included Chad Connolly, a member of the Council for National Policy and a deep, long-time Republican operative, David Barton, who's one of the movement's sort of key myth makers. And then they had with them this guy named Hogan Gidley, who was a former member of the Trump administration, and he was there to spread election lies. This is in 2021, it was a few weeks after this Republican-led examination of the legitimacy of the vote in, I believe it was Arizona. Do you remember the cyber ninja? They called themselves the cyber ninjas. And he said, you all saw it. And by the way, this group of Republican-led operatives were looking very closely, very carefully for evidence of election fraud. And they didn't find any. They couldn't, and they were like, you know, they were so sad about that. But they were like, I'm sorry, we came up with nothing. But here's Hogan Gidley saying, well, you know, you all saw it happen in Arizona and how corrupt that was. So here's, even though this had been completely debunked by a Republican-led group, he's there to spread lies about it and suggest that there was something nefarious. You know, dead people are voting, and, you know, this is disgraceful. And there was a pastor there, I think his name was Brian Fox. He said, the church is not a cruise ship. The church is a battleship. So the main message there is to, you know, you gotta get your people out to vote, and you gotta get them to vote the right way for the hard right politicians that are going to enact our agenda. Now there's something really ironic about this, because this is a movement that claims to stand for family values. And they get people to vote on these culture war issues by claiming to stand for the American family, but they're driving support for politicians whose hard right economic policies are actually intensifying economic pressure on the American family. You know, when you think about people who are funding the movement, you know, it's always follow the money. A lot of the big funders of the movement are as dedicated, if not more dedicated, to right-wing economic positions as they are to positions in the so-called culture wars. So, for instance, the DeVos Prince family juggernaut, you know, they're huge donors to organizations, religious right organizations and think tanks. They're also promoting initiatives intended to break unions and to erode rights for the workforce. These are policies that are actually going to help American families. So even as they're claiming to stand for American families, they're pushing policies that are making it so much harder for American families to succeed.
You approach this as a journalist. You've written a book, which is up on the screen, Power Worshippers, and you're in the midst of soon going to be releasing another book about all of this. It's easy for a lot of us to speak about this at the national level, and there's a sense in which you can name these big organizations spending $100 million in sophisticated backroom kinds of operations that influence pastor networks, and it's very, you know, Da Vinci Code level of freak out for people. It's also happening, and maybe even as impactfully, at a local level. Can you talk about what Christian nationalism looks like at the local level, and why school boards and county commissions are all of a sudden like we're being inundated with a takeover where people are making arguments that feel like, I don't know what America I'm living in, and it's striking those local governments at a different level. And you can talk about how the plan is to organize to implement these policies at local levels.
I mean, here we are in North Carolina. It's kind of ground zero for all of this stuff, isn't it? This is really, by rights, a purple state. But thanks to race-based gerrymandering and this is really, it's a state with a really hard right governance. And so it's very difficult to promote policies that are supported by a majority of the population or a plurality of the public population. All politics, look, we all notice some of these things when they show up in national elections. We see people on CNN or whatever news channel we're watching, and we see some of this stuff, and it's glaring. We saw it on January 6th. But sometimes it's harder to notice when it's showing up at the local level. When you have, all of a sudden, your local school board is taken over by people talking about some book banning, and we need to ban books and this kind of stuff. You just think, well, this must be a local initiative driven by local personalities. And often, it's really not. Some of these groups are part of, I think about Moms for Liberty. We're all well aware of that whole story. But it's a national organization with local chapters, and they're taking a lot of their direction from the national leaders. But when we cede ground at the local level to activists we're abandoning our responsibility to our communities, to our children, and they are the religious right, Christian nationalist movement is very good at activating people at the local level by with these national initiatives. A lot of them go through Leadership Institute training. They give them a lot of support. So it's really important to step up and be a voice for your own community.
So there's a lot going on at the national level and at the local level with people trying to activate Christian nationalism agenda.
Absolutely.
Michael Flynn is big into this kind of stuff. Steve Bannon, his radio show, like it is alive and well in a whole subset of culture. And people know what to do if they want to put Christian nationalist agendas, regardless if they use that term to identify it. They know how to act. Those of us that want to resist, confront, present an alternative to Christian nationalism, what can we all do? And I will invite people to take a minute and just take a breath and sort of reset their minds a little bit to take in, okay, we're not hopeless, and there are things that people can do. What are those?
Well, first of all, we need to remember that those of us who reject the politics of conquest and division are in the majority in this country. Religious and non-religious alike, we are the majority, and we need to organize. This is a movement that represents a minority of the population. They only have the political power they do because they are disproportionately mobilized. So we all need to get mobilized too, and there are no shortage of avenues for engagement at the local level, at the state level, and frankly at the national level too. I mean, everybody's going to sort of pick a lane. There's no shortage of organizations to get active with. We need to, defend voting rights. We need to defend public education. We need to step up and say, this doesn't reflect my values. We need to, there's so many things that one can do. So.
We've adopted a little saying at Vote Common Good in our work that in times like this, you don't do nothing.
You don't do nothing.
You do something.
That's
you
true.
come up with something. And that is really important, isn't it? That people,
it really is.
That people engage. And look, for some people, their engagement might be they're going to have one conversation. For someone else, they might run for office. For someone else, they might talk to their friend and convince them that what they're into is more than what they think. I've talked to a lot of people who are influenced by Christian nationalism. They don't often know it or recognize it. It's self-recognition is a very difficult thing for a lot of us.
Yeah.
That's why we ask our friends if we have something in our teeth or if our breath smells funny. It's hard to know how that's going for us, and we need this response. Many of us feel like if Christian nationalism comes in our sphere, we just don't know what to do and how to respond.
I think it's also really important to help people understand that their vote really matters, not just in national elections, but also in local elections. I think a lot of people think, well, what does this have to do with me? Well, it has everything to do, frankly, with every aspect of your life. Your most fundamental rights, your right to vote, the right to form the families you want to form, your health care, your education, your right to a just workplace. I mean, this really affects foreign policy. I mean, this is just an enormously influential movement in every level, and it's always helpful. Look, I'm sure, we all have people in our circle, perhaps they're members of our families who think differently than we do. It's always useful to have those conversations and to try to find some common human ground and say, well, think about this way, but without telling people they're wrong. Just try to introduce new ideas. But I think it's really important to engage people who feel disengaged and to help look, 50% of Americans don't vote in national elections, and an additional number have their votes, the value of their votes diminished through gerrymandering and voter suppression tactics. So we really need to get people to understand that, democracy is theirs if they can keep it.
Well, one of the pieces of advice that we give in our trainings on this is to engage with deep empathy. And one of the questions that empathy can ask you to consider is, what role does a person's belief play in their life? Not just what do they believe or why do they believe it, but how does it function? Do you have a sense of how Christian nationalism functions inside the lives of people who hold to it to such a degree that they will support it even when it has all this consequence? Like, what is it doing for people as best you can understand?
When you're talking about the rank and file, you're
Yeah.
talking about a really wide range of people with different interests and identities and concerns and preoccupations. And for many of them, when they're casting their vote, say, to defend the family, or when they're casting their vote to, they've been told this is what religious freedom is, and they've been frightened, and the movement has a vast propaganda machine. They've been sort of told to vote because they should fear the other. A lot of times they're not making arguments about major changes in the way our government is run. They're really just kind of voting their identity. They're making a statement about values and what they value in themselves, right? But when we're looking at the leaders of the movement, they're after a much more, I would say, specific and tangible agenda. They want more power for themselves and their networks and their political allies. They're after money, both sources of private money and also, to a large degree, public money. They're going after a lot of public funding for their organizations. And of course, they're after policies that are going to privilege certain Americans and certain religious perspectives and are going to, underprivilege or not privilege other perspectives.
We only have a couple of minutes. Can we take a question or two from
Absolutely.
People here? Does anyone have a thought or a comment or a question you'd like to hear Catherine reflect on? Thank you. I see one there, and then there's one here. Okay, so that's two.
Yeah, there's a place called Charlotte Center for the Humanities, and they do a thing called the Festival of Ideas every year. They had somebody that's from a group that was trying to reinvigorate citizenship speak. It was 2 years ago. One of the points he made was that people that are voting as white Christian nationalists, the driving force is often that they feel irrelevant, and what they're voting towards is not so much something that they're trying to go towards. They're trying to get away from. And I'm curious how you have conversations with people that feel irrelevant and get them to disassociate their white Christian nationalist politics and their relevance.
Okay, that's a great question. We'll hold that one. We'll hear this question, and then we'll put the two together and respond to both of them.
Yes, actually, the question is right here on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the question that's on the screen. How did you do that? You're like one of those magicians. That's like the card that you guess.
No, it was already there.
How can most effective in our opposition? Okay, so the question back here was, look, there's a lot of people might feel irrelevant, and what do we do, and how can we be most effective? And then, do you have a hand up for a question? Yep.
You said that people need to understand their vote is important. Kind of piggyback on this other question, done some polling with the group I'm with about voting, and the big problem was that people don't think it matters who wins.
Yeah.
It's not going to affect them. And so, I'd like to know what you think. How do we educate them so that they know it does matter to them?
Great. Three wonderful questions. Any response you've got?
I'm going to try to roll up three into one. Beautiful. If I can. In part, the movement is intensified by we're really in a new Gilded Age. And I would say, a lot of the most devoted members of the rank and file, they're not the poor, right? They're people who are perhaps feeling like, as you said, maybe life is harder for them. I've heard many people say, my parents bought a house for, perfectly nice house for $30,000, $40,000, and life was pretty sweet, and now I'm struggling to pay the bills, and And, I'm feeling like, sidelined by the culture and things are just much more difficult. I think it's very hard for people to understand that a lot of this feeling irrelevant is a consequence of decades of wealth concentration that actually leaves people. It's not the poor who are really supporting this the most. Frankly, it's anxious people. It's people who feel a loss of status anxiety. A lot of times it's white people who feel threatened by diversity, by racial diversity. And it's people who feel like, it's like life has become more anxious because they feel like there's further to fall. And they could, like what they have, they're holding on to it, whatever it is, with their, holding on to it as tight as they can, and they feel that they're going to have this kind of loss. And I think it really helps to drive home the fact that this is a movement that is promoting, look, maybe your parents could buy that house and not too much because wages were stronger, unions were stronger, the public schools were great because we were investing in public education at that time, and the religious right is actually, the Christian nationalist movement has been trying to tear it down. They've really been trying, that's sort of a 75-year fight, but it's intensified in the last years.
Any ideas on how we can be more effective in our final minutes here?
I heard something in the last panel where a woman said this is a marathon and not a sprint. And I think of the words of David Barton, the great myth maker of the Christian nationalist movement. He said, arm yourself with the mentality of a distance runner and not a sprinter. Mm-hmm. And he's absolutely right about that. There's no quick fix. There are no guarantees, but there are many signs of hope. This is not our first rodeo with authoritarianism in this country. I think about some of the, in the war against slaveholding oligarchs, and the sort of efforts to deal with some of the grotesque wealth disparities and abuse of the American workforce in the early part of the 20th century. I think in the battle for the civil rights, women's rights movements. There are many times in America where we have actually fought injustices and however imperfectly have moved forward into the future. So I'm continue to take courage from some of those episodes.
Amen to that. I am an long-time injured ultra-distance runner, so we run more than 26-mile runs, 1,500-mile runs. And there's a beautiful African adage that a lot of people in that world like, and it's the saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And if we could, I'll just say in the political spaces that are opposed to Christian nationalism, many times it's difficult to stay together. There is a lot of pressures to find distinction between us that pulls us apart. And I feel like one of our ways to be most effective is to find some ways to be together in our way.
I agree with you. I just want to say, we need a big tent. This is, again, there are more of us than them. We're not all going to agree on everything. And that's normal and fine. You see this in a lot of families where you might have disagreements, but you're still a family and you're working towards some common goals. And at the religious right conferences I go to, they've started saying, because there are a lot of fissures in this movement, and that's topic for another conversation. I mean, there's a lot of, and they're starting to say, Ronald Reagan used to say, if somebody agrees with you 80% of the time, that's your 80% friend, not your 20% enemy. But it's a good lesson.
It's a good lesson. It's a good lesson. Stopped clock theory. All right. Hey, thanks a lot. Catherine's book is up there. You can find that. She'll be here for a bit. We have some curriculum on all this for churches and individuals and leaders and governments to be able to find their way. But I think that's the end of our time. I'm not sure if I'm turning this to Paul or if there's a break. Okay, a break. Do you have a time? 5 minutes. Okay, so 5-minute personal break if you need one, and then we're going to start back here. And the evening has a whole other vibe to it. So those of us that have been here since 1 o'clock today, we're finding our way. And we'll see you back here in 5 minutes.
I got an email one day from a friend of mine.
No, I don't. I think, because also, because also I think that, no, I think we're going to that has a
Okay, so just people here. Okay, so people here. Okay, where do you want to put your motion? Right here in the middle?
or just to the side.
How about here, maybe? How about here? I think maybe here.
That's okay. Yeah.
4 chairs. And you can stand, you can people there. Thank you, everyone, for staying. This is the final main panel that we have for tonight. I'm glad you are here. And for those of you who are still online or joining us online, welcome to Faith and Democracy, How We Got Here and What's Next. This event has been organized by the Interfaith Caucus of the North Carolina Democratic Party. We have been fortunate to have found some wonderful persons to work with in organizing and structuring this event in the way that we have. I first want to acknowledge the officers of the Interfaith Caucus, two of whom who are here. Abia Said is present. She is the Executive Vice Chair of the Interfaith Caucus. And also Leslie Carey, who is an officer who happens to be also the founding president of the Jewish branch of the Interfaith Caucus. And she has been serving. Abia has also been doing work behind the scenes. We're grateful for both of them, and I would not be able to do this today had it not been for them. So thank you both. We also want to acknowledge the individual whom you just enjoyed talking with, Catherine Stewart, Doug Padgett of Vote Common Good. When we thought of doing this event, the first person I reached out to as chair of the caucus was Doug Padgett, because I felt that his network with Vote Common Good around the country would be viable in assisting us to do what we needed to do to make this a success. And I believe up to this point, we have achieved those objectives that we have. I also want to acknowledge several organizations that are nonpartisan, but who have been represented here. One has served on a panel. His name is Raleigh Olson. Raleigh, thank you. Raleigh is a program manager with Interfaith America, which is headquartered in Washington, D.C. or Minnesota? Chicago, Illinois. Thank you very much. We get those big cities mixed up down here in the South, all right? I used to live in the North, so that's not quite the case. Also, Common Cause. We've had one person on the panel, Cheyenne Caldwell, but also Rotrina Campbell, who was here. And we want to acknowledge them and many others who I may not be able to call out by name. We are thankful for all of you who have supported this engagement. This is the first installment. We are not going to stop at this point. We're going to continue to do more of these types of events as we progress throughout the lifespan of the threat that we have in our democracy, and it is a real threat, and I wish I could say more about that, but this is why we have had panels, and this is why we have an excellent trio that we're going to listen to now. Nancy McLean. I met Nancy some 5 years ago. Her book, Democracy in Chains, The Radical Right Stealth Plan for America. I met her when we, a group of clergy with the National Council of Churches, decided that it would be appropriate to have a conversation with her because of the findings that she presented in her book. And we met at Duke University, I believe it was, in the School of Divinity. I happened to be amongst that membership for a brief span, and I realized that she's somebody who we really needed to talk to regarding what is happening today. After talking with Nancy, who serves as the William H. Chafe Professor of History and Public Policy at Duke University, we decided that it would be appropriate to include Ann Nelson, who is sitting next to her. Ann Nelson is an investigative journalist, a winner of the Guggenheim and Bellagio Fellowships, and instructor in the Columbia University School of Journalism. She has also written a book entitled Shadow Network, The Secret Hub of the Radical Right. Okay, I may be getting some of these titles a little bit conflated, but books are in the back. And so for those of you who want to have your book signed, There's a few, first come, first serve, you'll be able to have a more extended conversation after this particular panel. Finally, I want to introduce a gentleman who I'm so grateful for, who has been in North Carolina now for the past 4 days, dealing with long COVID, but still as sharp as a tack, most influential in his scholarship and his contributions to the church and beyond. Dr. Aubrey Hendricks, along with Ms. Catherine Stewart, were instrumental in getting him here. And I'm going to tell you, because I don't really have any pride, when somebody comes and you know that you're offering them far less than what they're accustomed to being paid, and they agree to come anyway, that's because they have a commitment to the cause that goes beyond self-centeredness. So everything that we're going to hear from this trio tonight is representative not just of what they think, but of really who they are. And I believe that as we embrace what they present to us regarding not only Christian nationalism and religious extremism, but the forensic levels of challenge that we have to our democracy in this country, that we should be able to synthesize everything that we have heard and also develop a plan of action going forward. I would be remiss if I did not reiterate that this conversation has always been intended for a diverse or pluralistic audience. As Interfaith Caucus of the Democratic Party chair, I'm very sensitive to those who are on the right, even those who are on the radical right. What we are saying tonight is inclusive and representative of what we feel is in the best interest of our country. With that being said, I would like to invite Dr. Nancy McLean to the stage. Thank you, Nancy.
Good evening. It is good to see you all here tonight, and wonderful to know that there are more people watching the live stream. So thank you for coming out and for joining us in this vital conversation. I also want to thank our hosts here at the Watershed, which seems like an absolutely wonderful place. I was reading about it online and really, really intrigued and impressed. I also want to thank my wonderful new friend and colleague in this work, Reverend McAllister, who had the vision to organize this event, to say nothing of the boundless energy that it took to pull this together, with help from Abia Saeed and from Leslie. So thank you all for all the labor that went into this, which I know was extensive. You are here tonight, or watching tonight, I suspect because you know deep in your hearts that something is very wrong in America now. And you want to better understand why and perhaps what you can do. Of course, it is soul-wrenching to witness the man who incited a criminal attack on our country that took lives, many lives, in a plan to overthrow the will of the people. A man who is now facing 91 felony charges, looking likely to win the primary of one of our major political parties. A party my own father voted for during his lifetime, would not recognize today. He died in 2000. But you too know or sense that the threats to our shared values and the institutions we depend on run deeper and broader than one man and his extremist followers. After all, why are we seeing coordinated attacks on the honest teaching of our history? I say this as a historian who has been deeply disturbed by the last several years. Why are we seeing the banning of hundreds of books, even of dictionaries, for heaven's sake, in one Florida county this week, Escambia County? Why are we seeing the harassment of election administrators that has driven nearly half of those election administration workers from the job since 2020, particularly in swing states, because they and their family members can no longer bear the bullying, the death threats, the ceaseless calls, the harassment? And what of the COVID denial and attacks on common sense public health measures to stop the pandemic that claimed so many lives so needlessly after we had a vaccine? And all of this on top of what came before over the last decade. Why the relentless gerrymandering and the voter suppression? The creation of media outlets that daily spread disinformation and incite fear and hostility. Why? Who could possibly benefit from all of this? Turning to the theme of this forum, why are some people trying so hard to weaponize faith against democracy? To turn the Prince of Peace, in Isaiah's phrase, into an alibi for waging war on one another and our government. Tonight, I and my fellow panelists hope to make sense of how we got here and who and what these cynical, toxic practices serve. We also hope in the discussions tonight and tomorrow morning, if you can come back for those, to provide some strategy and support for all of us who believe in justice and compassion and a sustainable society and world, and who know how indispensable a well-functioning democracy is to achieving those goods. Each of tonight's panelists came to this topic via different paths, and each of us therefore has a different light to shed in seeking to illuminate it and to explain how a new coalition of conscience might bring us to the bright side of the precipice on which our nation now hovers. My own route began well over a decade ago with no notion that it would bring me where it did. As a historian, I was tracking the state of Virginia's policy of massive resistance to Brown versus Board of Education, the desegregation decision. That policy of massive resistance included forced school shutdowns, complete school shutdowns for Black and white children both at different points. As I dug in, I was surprised to find the libertarian economist, Milton Friedman, intervening in this Southern fight. Not on the side of freedom for Black citizens, but on the side of the arch segregationists who sought to privatize public schooling rather than allow white children to learn alongside Black children. That piqued my interest and over time led me to today's billionaire-funded radical right. Because I found not just Milton Friedman, but the entire early libertarian cause effectively on the side of the segregationists. So deep was their animus against public education that they were willing to be in coalition with white supremacists. Of that troubling story, I'll just say one last thing now, quoting Maya Angelou. She wrote, "When people show you who they are, believe them the first time." Why do I find that quote so apt? Because the opportunism of ideologues and big money, the cruelty and indifference I saw in the sources on Virginia in the 1950s and early 1960s has escalated in our time. That twisted alliance made back in Virginia in the 1950s was the string that I pulled in my research for Democracy in Chains. And as I kept following it, it led me to the fossil fuel multi-billionaire Charles Koch, the leading funder and strategist of libertarianism since the late 1960s, but with sharply escalating investment after the election of President Obama in 2008. Koch and his allied donors now together fund literally hundreds of organizations to remake our country according to their desires. This anti-democratic infrastructure now includes dozens of ostensibly separate national bodies, such as the Cato Institute, the Heritage Foundation, the American Legislative Exchange Council, and more. It also includes over 150 state-level groups that align their efforts through something called the State Policy Network. North Carolina's 3 affiliates, the names of which people might know here are the John Locke Foundation, the Jesse Helms Center, and the James G. Martin Center for Academic Renewal. I can tell you that when my book came out, the James G. Martin Center bought space. I don't know how you do this stuff on the internet, on Google, but if you Googled me, burning books would come up and basically talk about me as a witch. That wasn't in my prepared notes, but I just thought I'd share that. Anyway, the Koch network, hi if you're watching, the Koch network includes organizing enterprises such as Americans for Prosperity, Stand Together, Concerned Veterans for America, the Libre Initiative aimed at Latinos, and Generation Opportunity to turn young people against Social Security and Medicare. It has a legal wing that includes the Federalist Society, which for more than 4 decades now has been working to change laws, alter interpretation of the Constitution, and groom and seat judges who would act on that altered interpretation. Its alumni, as I'm sure many of you are painfully aware, now have 6 seats on the Supreme Court. Their nomination's success all but secured by the former Federalist Society leader, Leonard Leo. If you haven't heard about Leonard Leo, you might want to Google him. He's been very much in the news lately for his arranging of unethical cash and frill flows to Clarence and Ginny Thomas to make sure we are learning that Clarence Thomas would stay on the court. So too, the Koch donor network funds litigation outfits that have brought us precedent-shredding Supreme Court decisions like Citizens United, which opened the spigots to mounting flows of untraceable corporate money in our politics, Shelby County, which all but tore up the Voting Rights Act to allow mass voter suppression, Janus, to undermine labor unions in the public sector, above all teachers' unions, the largest and most progressive unions in America today, West Virginia versus EPA, which endangers all federal rulemaking to protect the environment, and Dobbs, which took away women's reproductive autonomy, and many, many more and more in the pipeline. It is no coincidence, as we weigh and consider all this, that Koch Industries is based in fossil fuels. Fossil fuels that have made it one of the largest privately held corporations in the world. For Charles Koch, the continued profitability of the deadly industry that has made him one of the richest men in the world coincides with his ideological commitment to a stark economic liberty vision, first cultivated by his father, Fred, who was a founder and leader of the John Birch Society until his death. To such extreme libertarians, I learned, government has only 3 legitimate functions: to provide for the national defense, to maintain the rule of law, particularly to protect private property rights, and to ensure social order. In short, armies, courts, and police. Every other commitment that generations of Americans have enlisted democracy to win, they seek to terminate. But don't take my word for it. I mean, that's a pretty radical claim, right? Who would believe that? But I urge you, not on your phone now, but when you go home tonight, to Google the Libertarian Party and its platform for 1980. In that year, Charles Koch funded this party, this third party, to run against Ronald Reagan and Jimmy Carter, and his brother, David, ran on the party ticket. What did this party stand for? Laissez-faire capitalism to the extreme. As I just described, no public schools, no Social Security, no regulation, no government action to stop discrimination, no involuntary taxation, and on and on. But here's a really interesting thing to consider in light of the Koch network's alliances today, which we'll hear some more from Ann Nelson on. The Libertarian Party platform in 1980 also supported, among other things, these freedoms: the elimination of all restrictions on immigration and undocumented immigrants, the repeal of all drug laws, the abolition of capital punishment, the end of what the platform called state harassment and oppression of homosexual men and women. Also, the repeal of all laws regarding consensual sexual relations, including, this is a quote, prostitution and solicitation. This combined package of radical economic liberty and a quite bracing sense of laws that should be eliminated that, needless to say, appealed to exceedingly few voters. It repelled the leading spokesman for conservatism at the time, William F. Buckley. His National Review magazine called it, and I quote, anarcho-totalitarianism. Anarcho-totalitarianism. So clearly, proceeding honestly with that wide-ranging libertarian platform would have led to defeat. And Charles Koch is not the kind of person to accept defeat. So instead, the prospect of defeat for this vision led to a deep rethinking of strategy and commitments to achieve the ends that actually mattered most to Koch Industries. Experience taught him and those he funded and the hundreds of ultra-wealthy donors who now collaborate with him that they needed far more numerous allies to move their otherwise doomed agenda. So what did these determined men do? These engineers? Charles Koch has 3 engineering degrees from MIT. He's not a lightweight. What did they do? They looked around for new and powerful partners. And the best prospect they saw was conservative Christians. So to enable these new relationships, the Koch-allied libertarians ditched their old cultural radicalism, much as a snake sheds the skin it has outgrown. All that was now in the way. Besides, the main goal was always liberty for corporations and the ultra-wealthy. So to get that, the Koch team hoisted a false flag over their operations. That flag for these proud radicals through the 1970s, very proud and embraced radicalism. Charles Koch said, you can't recruit the young people we need if you're not radical. That false flag was conservatism. Masquerading as conservatives opened the door to partnership with conservative Catholics who opposed the church's social teaching on labor, race, and political economy, and who disdained Pope Francis's later ringing call for global climate action in his encyclical Laudato Si. Above all, though, the false flag enabled cooperation with the kind of conservative evangelical Protestants who had voted for Ronald Reagan, who, remember, the Libertarian Party ran against. Their numbers were large enough to win for this agenda at the polls, and their discomfort with science since the Scopes trial of the 1920s on the teaching of evolution made them prime targets for disinformation that could protect the fossil fuel industry. It's hard to believe that the cynical donors missed that vulnerability that made Bible-believing, literal-minded Christians perfect candidates to be dosed with climate science denial. The fig leaf the libertarians used to cover the obvious contradictions of this alliance was a fight for what they called religious liberty. Religious liberty. In practice, I think many of us know, it has meant pretty much only, it seems, the liberty to discriminate, the liberty to exclude, and the liberty to dominate other fellow citizens with different religious beliefs and none. And the donors who have funded the religious political entrepreneurs to attack on that front because it riles up the base and keeps them going to the polls when you discriminate, when you exclude, when you dominate. And it is that alliance between the would-be corporate oligarchs and the religious extremists that has enabled massive success for the entrepreneurs on both sides of the deal, and that has brought us to the current existential crisis of our democracy and, frankly, and I think others will agree, of Christianity in America. So with that, I would like to welcome my distinguished co-panelist, Dr. Aubrey Hendricks, to share his views and findings on our topic. Thank you.
Well, sort of caught me off guard. Thank you, though. Nancy, I want you to know I'm a big fan of your book on democracy. What's the title again? Democracy in Chains. As soon as it came out, I devoured it. So it's so good to be here with you. And also what we have in common is you mentioned segregation in Virginia. The segregationists closed the schools for 5 years in Prince Edward County rather than allow children like me to go to school. Interesting, because I was born in Farmville in Prince Edward County, and my family saw the writing on the wall, and we moved north, 1953, 1954. 1954. Mm-hmm. My parents, and it's good too, because a number of my cousins who did not leave, some of them went to stay with relatives in other states, but some of the cousins did not leave, never finished grade school. And in fact, Prince Edward County, in particular Farmville, is the poorest municipality in the state of Virginia still. So this is very real to me, and I'm very glad to be here with you all, because this is a moment, a political moment we're in of really grave existential danger. And what's frightening is that most people have no idea just how dangerous this is. I think black people, some conscious black people, a bit more aware, because we always have been more attuned to the political violence and oppression in this country, because when America catches cold, we catch pneumonia, as Malcolm X said. So I'm really glad to be here, and thank you so much, Brother McAllister. He went beyond the call of duty to get me here, and I tell you, I had to be here for events Monday and Tuesday, and then yesterday in Atlanta, and the only way in the world I would have come back again, as tired as I was, is to be with these people here, and I'm really glad that I did. Thank you, Paul, and my colleagues, my wonderful colleagues here. Thank you. I'd like to just spend a few minutes to make a few remarks about the ideological foundations of Christian nationalism that Nancy also touched on to a significant degree. The most fundamental ethical concept of the Bible is the Hebrew term mishpat. We translate it as justice or judgment, meaning discerning the difference between good and evil, right and wrong, mishpat. And the term occurs well over 400 times, more than any other ethical concept in the Bible. But mishpat doesn't just mean some abstract notion of justice. What it connotes is egalitarian justice, the idea that everyone deserves equal access to the goods of life, be they material, social, political, spiritual, or economic. In a nutshell, biblical justice calls for everyone to be treated with equal fairness and worth. And I guess I must digress for a minute to say that we know that, particularly the Hebrew Bible, the entire Bible was, with few exceptions, was extremely patriarchal. And their notion of everyone being equal, well, the equality of the woman was seen as coming through what they call the Beit Av, the father's house. So some folk here might say, well, it wasn't all that equal for women. Well, they sort of tangentially had women in mind, but conceptually, they really meant, they really felt they were talking about justice for all. I hope you all are with me on that. So in a nutshell, biblical justice calls for everyone to be treated with equal fairness and worth. And Jesus epitomized this whole notion as the second of the greatest commandments when he said, love your neighbor as yourself. That is, we're told that we are to want, we're commanded that we're to want, we are to want in common with others what we want for ourselves. In other words, the biblical witness bids us to work for the common good, to be concerned with the welfare of the entire community, the entire society. But this is not the philosophy of Christian nationalism. Christian nationalism is not built on the morality of egalitarian justice. It seems actually to have erased love your neighbor as yourself. That's something you will never hear from Christian nationalists. There are two words that have been elided from their Bibles. They are love and justice. As Franklin Delano Roosevelt put it a century ago about the right-wing Christians of his day, he said, "They say you shall love God and forget your neighbor." The notion of justice embraced by Christian nationalism, then, is not egalitarian. Their ideology is, as Nancy said, is libertarianism, which holds that our primary responsibility is not to our neighbors or to the common good. It is to ourselves and those in our in-group. Libertarianism doesn't hold that you shouldn't help others. It just says that we have no moral responsibility to do so. So if you walk past somebody who's dying and you don't help them, well, that's all right. You've done nothing wrong. According to the libertarianism underlying Christian nationalism, then the Good Samaritan was a sucker who would have been as great a guy if he had just kept on going. In other words, Christian nationalists don't give a damn about other people or the common good, which means that at their very ideological core, they are fundamentally at odds with the gospel of Jesus Christ. They are radically dedicated to the freedom of individuals and elites to do whatever they want in the public square without any responsibility to anyone else. It is selfish individualism versus responsibility to the common good. And it's worth saying here that what's so perverse is that there is not even a word in biblical Hebrew for individual. In fact, the ethos of the Bible is a socialist ethos in that it's concerned about the whole society. And so libertarianism and the religious right are anti-biblical in that sense. So I'd like to give one example of how the libertarianism of Christian nationalism is so deleterious to the interests of working people that they claim to support and to work for. This is not something that's talked about much, but it's very, very important to show how this radical individualism that underlies their political philosophy, how it will be so crushing to the very people that they claim that they represent. A classic example of this libertarianism against workers is seen in a diatribe by Herbert J. Taylor, who lived from 1893 to 1978, who was a right-wing evangelical Christian and an inductee into the American National Business Hall of Fame. And he wrote, "Most strikes and lockouts can be traced directly to selfishness, insecurity, unfair dealings, or fear and lack of friendship among the men concerned. Despite the fact that unions are the primary bulwark against the exploitation and dispossession of working people in America, they take that position. Yet Christian nationalists oppose unions because unions can curtail the freedom of corporate capitalists to do whatever they want. There's one website that speaks out in another way against union activities, particularly about strikes. It says, if the employee, often through unions, forces the employer to pay more in wages and or benefits than he is willing to, then that is oppression by extortion. If the union uses tactics to try and to force an employer to give more than he is willing to give, then we have a sinful, unbiblical, oppressive situation. No Christian should support such activity, which is actually criminal extortion. This means that strikes are totally wrong. No Christian should ever vote for a strike for any reason, not even for a living wage." I think one of the most striking examples in the contemporary moment of the unholy marriage between Christian nationalists and big business and this libertarianism that underpins their relationship. It can be found in a 1990 Christian Coalition Leadership Manual. They changed this eventually, and you'll see why when I read the excerpt. And this manual states that God established his pattern for work, which it explains using 4 biblical passages that instruct slaves to be obedient to their masters as a model for modern employer-employee relationships, including this passage from 1 Peter. This is really what's in there. It's really in their leadership manual. It says, slaves, submit yourselves to your masters with all respect, not only to those who are good and considerate, but also to those who are harsh. For it is commendable if a man bears up under the pain of unjust suffering because he is conscious of God. The manual further explains with no sense of irony, quote, of course, slavery was abolished in this country many years ago, so we must apply these principles to the way Americans work today, to employees and employers. Then it draws a conclusion that could have been written in feudal times. Quote, Christians have a responsibility to submit to the authority of their employers, since they are designated as part of God's plan for the exercise of authority on the earth by man. It's frightening and perverse, but this is part of how they think. And this is yet another of the things that we have to make sure the public knows about. So one of the strategies we have to use to oppose and deconstruct Christian nationalism, and I'd say discredit it in the popular mind, is to show that their claims are anti-biblical and anti-Christian, and that they are at their core dangerous to the reality of a healthy society and dangerous to the common good. And as I've said in public several times, I'm very blessed to have a 6-year-old great-granddaughter, and thankfully she's a lovely child. But it frightens me to death to think of what her life might be like in 20 years if these Christo-fascists are allowed to take over the country. And they are Christo-fascists. They are ideological Christians, meaning that Christianity is second to the interests, that Christianity is refracted through the prism of their interests. So we must oppose them like our lives depends on it, and our lives do depend on it in many real ways, because the pathological liar and corrupt showman, serial molester of women, self-admitted, has said that I am your retribution. He said he comes to hurt people. He comes for vengeance. And he has said, those of us who've paid close attention know that he did not run to serve, he's run to rule. And this time he really looks to rule. He said that maybe one day we'll have a president for life. He said that publicly, didn't he? He said that he really admired President Xi from China because, or was he talking about him from North Korea? But he said, but his people listen to what he has to say and they do what he tells them. That's what this gentleman wants. And what he wants to do, and what these Christian nationalists want, they want all us to genuflect at the altar of their skewed and distorted worldview. They're not about freedom or justice. They're about, as Richard Pryor put it, just us. And we have to fight this. Thank you.
On now? It is. So I'm Ann Nelson, and you all have had a long day with a rich meal of information. Feel free to stand up and stretch if it would feel good. That's what I did. So my grandparents were farmers. I bet there are people in this room who had grandparents who were farmers, and they tried to have a lot of children to have some sturdy lads to help them in the fields. They had 6 daughters and 1 son, and he ran away to the Navy, so. But it was World War II, and these daughters spread out all over the country and married whoever they found. And as a result, this little farming town, which had 2 churches, the Catholic and the Protestant, suddenly had this family where you had a rich mosaic of American religiosity. We started out with the Dutch Reformed, and then by marriage and conversion and what have you, we added the Catholics in large numbers, and the Jehovah's Witnesses, and a Southern Baptist, and my cousin married a wonderful Jewish medical student, and my cousin that I loved very much had a drug problem, which she dealt with by becoming a Pentecostal. And we had some garden variety Methodists and Presbyterians and the boring ones, and then the atheists and agnostics. So Thanksgiving was lively. And once I started studying religious history, I realized that if we had been in Europe 300 years earlier, we would have been obligated to kill each other. Now, maybe sometimes we wanted to kill each other, but not for religious reasons. There were a few attempts for conversions, especially on the part of the Catholics and the Pentecostals, but we managed to deal with those peaceably. And for me, this is a really American story. For me, this family, which has been replicated by many others, is what religious freedom is about. People made their choices, and they didn't impose them on each other. They made their own choices. They could choose to worship as they pleased or not worship, which was also legitimate. They had a legal right to this, and that meant that we had more or less a peaceable kingdom in the family, in the town, in the state, in the country. That was considered the norm. You did not impose your religion on other people. So take this to the community level, and the town in Oklahoma where I grew up, 60s and 70s, it was not perfect, but there were some things that worked. In our school, all the kids lined up for their polio vaccine. Nobody fought it. The parents said, I don't want my kid to have polio, go get the vaccine. There was not a movement to protest the vaccine. When there was a school board meeting, people talked about how to teach new math or whether to teach new math. But it was about instruction. It was about education. It wasn't about politics. And I grew up among Southern Baptists and Methodists and Presbyterians, and it was the South. There were even a couple of Jews. But we didn't know how they or their parents voted based on their religion. It was a purple state, and religion and politics were not joined at the hip. So I looked at this as somebody who writes history, like my esteemed colleagues, and I say, what changed? That was only 40 or 50 years ago. Everything I talked about there, the vaccinations, the school boards, the religious divisions in terms of political parties, that changed. And so that was the kind of thing that led me to my exploration. And I should add that while it was a far from perfect environment, it felt like things were moving in the right direction. So when I sang in the Methodist choir as a 15-year-old, we did an exchange with the African Methodist Episcopal choir down in the other part of town. They sang at our church, we sang at theirs, and it was a beginning of a conversation in 2 communities that had been divided by history. And it was healthy, and it was good, and it was exciting. So we had that advantage, and a lot of that energy feels lost as well. So when we talk about things that have changed in so much of America, in a lot of cases we're talking about the Midwest and the South and parts of the Southwest. Living in New York as I do now, a lot of these changes in the communities, the fights in the school boards, the difficulties in the communities, the churches that are being divided, the denominations, these are not the everyday conversation of New York Times reporters or the Hollywood entertainment industry. It's almost invisible. So when Donald Trump was elected in 2016, I don't know if any of you were watching the New York Times prediction meter that said 99% chance that Hillary Clinton's winning. And then over the course of the night, it went to 0, and you said, what just happened? It came as an ambush. When the propagation of Donald Trump's big lie spread throughout the country and created disruption of polling places, and our neighbors and friends who were doing an honest day's work counting votes suddenly being terrorized by people, it came as a surprise. When you had doctors who were putting on white coats and lying to people, saying hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin were cures for COVID, it came as a surprise. Why and how did this happen? So this is the kind of research that I embarked on. And I looked and I found a lot of organizations, many of which have just been mentioned in the last few sessions: Moms for Liberty, Alliance Defending Freedom, Heritage Foundation, Federalist Society, right? Many of which have been written about in the national press as independent or grassroots organizations. And what I found was that this was not at all the case. They were not independent, and they were not grassroots. And in fact, they went back, in many respects, back to the days of Brown versus Board of Education, and some individuals who didn't want schools integrated, but they also didn't want their segregation academies to have to pay taxes, as the Nixon administration had decided. So Jerry Falwell, Pat Robertson, and some political operatives and some oil barons from Texas got together, and they formed something called the Council for National Policy, which was a coordinating body that brought in some of these organizations and created others. Now, I don't claim that the Council for National Policy is an all-powerful group, but it exerts a lot of influence through the coordination that it exercises. And in terms of religion, it worked with kind of a concept of dominionism, that somehow these people had a lock on faith that gave them a direct line to God that enabled them to tell the rest of us what to do, how to worship, what our children should learn or not learn in school, how we should live our lives, what our ethical standards should be. They should be able to dictate to us, even though they don't have a majority of the population, or they win a popular vote, or all of the ways that democracy is exercised, but rather a way of imposing their will on us. And they also worked through a concept that was related to something called Seven Mountains Dominionism. Raise your hands if you're familiar with Seven Mountains Dominionism. Well, for the rest of you, there are just these various areas of human life, business, education, entertainment, the news media, et cetera, where they feel that these are the ways that human activity is organized, and they needed to basically undermine and even destroy the existing institutions and build their own to replace them. And they had an architect of their political vision named Paul Weyrich, who actually commissioned a manifesto that lays all this out. And it says, we must be destructive. We must go into the universities and wipe out liberal thought and replace it with people who think properly the way we do. We have to go into the entertainment industry and get rid of these sinful movies and make our own movies. And interestingly enough, they've been surprisingly successful at many of these endeavors. One of their efforts has been in terms of the news media, where they've set up the kind of radio stations that we've referred to earlier, where you can be driving around North Carolina or Oklahoma or many other parts of the country, turn it on and hear that it is a sin to vote for a Democrat. I've heard those words spoken on the radio. I've heard it said that Hillary Clinton is a demon. I've heard that Beto O'Rourke is the son of Satan. And I'd like to know whether they've registered a paternity test. How does that work, right? But what we have here is a terrible, terrible shredding of our sense of community and belonging. We can say, I'm a Republican, you're a Democrat, we disagree about tax policy, that's one thing. But to say, you're a demon, is an othering that destroys our ability to send our children to school together. It destroys our ability to work together in a community and for our civic life with people who happen to go to a different church or not go to church. So it's incredibly destructive to our life, and we're seeing the effects all over the country. We're seeing school boards where they used to talk about math instruction, where it's name-calling and vandalism and even death threats. And this is not who we are as a nation. Now, as Nancy McLean brilliantly points out, there's big money behind this. Big money that benefits and prospers from our divisions and the detriment of our children and our communities. And what they're ultimately seeking, many of them are from the fossil fuels industries. They don't want to pay taxes because they don't feel that they should. And public schools cost money. Public health costs money. Everything that says public is a way of sharing rewards. And when they want to avoid their taxes, it's as though they think that they and their workers don't take public roads, and they don't benefit from public hospitals, that they don't need public education, or that the lower half of the American population should bear the burden instead of them, right? And what we have is a tax policy right now implemented under Donald Trump, where the tax burden is borne by the lower half of the population, whereas the top 1% often gets off without paying any. That's just our reality right now, and it has led to the greatest level of income inequality of our lifetimes and beyond. Is this entirely Christian nationalism? I would say that it is very important to pull together the thesis of Catherine Stewart about Christian nationalism and Nancy McLean and the Koch brothers and libertarianism, and see that they're inextricably joined. They are operating in the same direction, they are serving the same purpose, but they are using many, many Christians who are unaware that they're being used. They're manipulated. And a lot of times the manipulation takes place by drawing on their best instincts. So for example, these radio stations will tell them that Democrats like to execute healthy newborn babies. And I've heard those words repeated by Ted Cruz and Donald Trump. Now, if this were true, it would be horrific, but it's not. But you're dealing with communities where the hometown newspaper died. You've had local newspapers and local radio stations that had news programming wiped out across, especially the middle of the country. Over a third of our reporters have been put out of work. And they've been replaced by networks of fundamentalist radio stations, such as those of Salem Media and Bot Radio. They have all kinds of platforms through cable television, Christian broadcasting, so-called. And these are proliferated into countless online platforms, which are linked with the same media organizations. And these have run into our community and filled it with programming that is designed to look like news, right? You have the anchor man sitting at the desk with the chirons going across, just like it used to be with old Walter Cronkite, except it's not journalism. It's not news. They don't report two sides of a story. Right? It's always one. They never have the other political party representing their point of view. And they're even using these terms that demonize the other. So this is not the information system of a democracy. This is something that's substituting for it and subverting the communities and the information systems people need in order to vote. Now, is this entirely Christian nationalism? Well, the Koch brothers have been heavily involved in funding and cross-funding these systems with the DeVos family in Michigan, the Bradley Foundation in Wisconsin, various other major donors. I always say that, I've looked very hard for which church the Koch family went to, and I can only surmise that they worshiped in the Temple of Mammon. Barry Side, There's a Jewish financier out of Chicago. He's given Leonard Leo, a Catholic connected to Opus Dei, $1.6 billion with a B to finance the operations that Catherine Stewart and Nancy have been talking about in terms of lobbying for conservative judges, in terms of disrupting school boards, etc. So again, you have these various forces with deep and broad economic roots mobilizing Christians, many of them in small communities, many of them in swing states, and feeding them a diet of lies to direct their vote in a direction that benefits the plutocrats. So how did this happen? Along the way, as Nancy pointed out, one of the political strategists, Ralph Reed, pointed out that there were some 18 million Christians, especially in swing states, who weren't politically engaged. They didn't even vote. And if they could be harnessed, and if they could be driven to the polls to vote in the right way, they could tip elections, right? So there was a full court press that was exercised in order to reach out to these churches. Pastors were enlisted in groups like Watchmen on the Wall, but it goes way, way beyond that. And I write about it extensively in my book, Shadow Network. They created voter guides from the Family Research Council that lined up the Republicans and the Democrats in ways that were highly unfavorable to Democrats. So the kind of framing and language that they used was literally to say, the Democrat supports the homosexual agenda. What even is that, right? That's not a thing. The Republican supports families. Oh, well, that sounds good, right? These voter guides are put in the church bulletins. The Family Research Council writes up sermons telling people how to vote. They put them online, and lazy pastors download them and deliver them in the middle of the church, along with videos that falsify representations of abortions in the church sanctuary. This has happened, right? And it's happening all across the country, and there are tens of thousands of pastors who have been pulled into this movement. Why? Sometimes they're pressured, sometimes they're willing. They also can enjoy some junkets with full expenses paid to nice places, right? There are all kinds of incentives for this involvement. But there's also some bullying, where pastors who are not happy about it feel pressured, sometimes by congregations who are influenced by QAnon and other sources of information, where they feel that they have to go along with this. But it is blurring the line between church and state to a tremendous degree. Another part of this operation is that they obtain church directories, right, which every church has, and they compare them to voter files. So they see who already is voting Republican, and they make sure that they're registered, and they transport them to the polls on election day. And they discourage the Democrats from voting, or else they pressure them into voting correctly by literally saying it is a sin to vote for a Democrat. Now, this is problematic. They also have a machinery that is highly effective. There's something called the Leadership Institute. Can you raise your hands if you've heard of the Leadership Institute? It's a core institution from the Council for National Policy that claims to have trained over 240,000 conservative political candidates, campaign managers, and campaign workers, and they're networked nationally. And they're really systematic. I looked at their website before the 2022 elections, and I just decided to look at Texas. They went into 45 counties in Texas 18 months before the election took place and did in-county training for political activism and recruiting of local candidates, 18 months early. So that is a deep investment. And then their candidates are networked, and they support each other, and they use their partner, Hillsdale College, out of Michigan, to place their graduates in congressional offices and, in the past, in the Trump administration. So this is a very systematic approach. How does that then work? They generate and operate specially targeted organizations. So the Leadership Institute has been working and helped to form Turning Point USA, where Charlie Kirk goes across to campuses and holds meetings of thousands of students at a time, and again, does everything that they can to create a conservative student movement. He has recently created something that is added on called Turning Point Faith, where he's going across to pulpits across the country in order to mobilize these congregations for political purposes. And he, in fact, boasted that he was going to send 80 buses to the January 6th protests. Apparently they only sent 3, but he was involved from the beginning. So one of the things that these organizations do, another outgrowth of the Leadership Institute is Moms for Liberty, by the way, that has disrupted school boards, is that they go into Republican parties and they purge the moderates. They find MAGA activists, and they organize the means to get rid of the Republicans who've been in the community for a long time. They're problem solvers. They work across the board with Democrats. They get rid of them, and they replace them with the MAGA activists. And this is happening on a local level across the country, from party precincts on a local level. It's kind of started in Arizona, in Maricopa County, and has worked out from there. It's going on in school boards, and these become pipelines where sometimes their Leadership Institute graduates can move their way up through the system. So they work with candidates from the time they're students and move them on up with their support through the system. I can say that one of their most recent successes is a representative from Louisiana named Mike Johnson. Now, a few months ago, Mike Johnson, I found, gave a speech to the Council for National Policy where he told them that one member of their leadership recruited him as a student, another got him involved as a candidate and promoted his political career, and then when they went after the speakership, found a way to maneuver him into that position. And he's saying so in his own words at the Council for National Policy. So this is probably, at the moment, their second biggest triumph. They were heavily involved in bringing Trump to power, as I write in my book, and Trump was a more reliable ally than they expected, but Mike Johnson, according to Mike Johnson's word, is their creation. So what do they have in mind for us? They've released something called Plan 2025. Now, unfortunately, this is 1,000 pages long, and I don't really know anyone who's read every single page of it. But what they're saying in various passages is that they're going to attack the federal government if they win the presidency and eliminate thousands of administrative positions. So our dedicated public servants in places like the Department of Agriculture and Food Safety, and the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Department of Education, they will be eliminated. Civil servants who have passed civil servant exams will be dispatched, purged, and replaced by MAGA loyalists. This plan was drafted by the Heritage Foundation, and the signatories include a very large number of Council for National Policy partner organizations. So here we have this situation where the November elections could not be more critical to our national future. And if you look at it in terms of the environment, which I do, we live in a climate that is under threat. Our children are growing up. Our grandchildren, who knows what's going to be waiting for them in terms of the climate that's going on. If we don't take action now, we'll all live with consequences. And by the way, the Plan 2025 says that they'll quash all environmental policies. That's another part of the plan, as the fossil fuel industry would like. So how do we deal with this? I think that one thing that we do is that we talk to our friends and our neighbors about democracy, about this idea of what religious freedom is, for example, the ability to worship as we please or not worship and not have these things imposed on us. maybe we don't tell them to vote for one party or another, but vote for a party that supports democracy. And if you vote for an election denier, why vote? If your candidate doesn't support the legitimacy of elections, what's the sense in that? So that comes out to vote for whomever you like as long as they're not an election denier, right? That makes sense. How do you deal with perceptions? We live in a situation where there are a lot of clashing perceptions. For example, the New York Times says the economy is doing well. The public says it isn't. Why is that? And as I was saying to one of our friends here today, the New York Times is reporting on the stock market. People are reacting to the price of bread in the grocery stores. And we have to deal with their realities as well as the ones that are delivered to us in our national media. So that's a question of engaging and listening and realizing what their perceptions are. Where are they getting their information? I think one way that I've found that's effective in talking to people is asking them where they get their information and trading these perceptions. Sometimes I say, oh, you're a conservative. The Wall Street Journal is a conservative newspaper. Let's talk about that. Let's find some places where we agree and share media, have a way to talk about it. I also think that if you're going to be involved in any kind of political messaging, you want local voices using local vocabulary and local values. And a lot of times you have people from the coast thinking that they can do slick advertisements and prey on emotions and so on and so forth, and not listen to the people in the specific areas with the specific concerns we're talking about. I think that there's a lot to learn from the Council for National Policy in terms of being systematic, in terms of training people, in terms of working in communities well in advance of elections and not just parachuting people in 2 weeks before. But it's especially important that we're talking about this here in North Carolina and now in January 2024. Let's talk about white evangelicals. They tend to be somewhat older than the general population. They tend to vote a lot, especially thanks to this movement. They're less than 15% of the US population, but they're almost 30% of the electorate. Now, chew on that, right? You cannot ignore them. And if you simply oppose them, that may be problematic. North Carolina, for example, in 2020, delivered the state to Donald Trump by 74,000 votes. So you can think about it several different ways. That's the population of Jacksonville, North Carolina, or it's the membership of the 3 biggest churches in Charlotte. Not very many. And not only are they 30% of the electorate nationally, they're a higher percentage in critical swing states, including Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. In North Carolina, they represent 38% of the electorate, and 82% of them voted for Trump, which delivered all 15 of the Electoral College votes to Trump. So the stakes are high. How do you get past preconceptions on all sides? I say you engage. I say you take a fresh look at megachurches. Why do people go to megachurches? They're inclusive. They're big. They're instant community for a mobile population. They're multiracial. I've been to a few, and I've found that they're some of the most integrated spaces I've seen in the United States. That they're also very fluid. There's no overseeing governing body for the Pentecostals the way there are for the Methodists and the Catholics, right? And therefore, they're easily swayed. And right now, they are the prime target for the radical right and their recruiting, and that is one place where they're peeling off African American and Hispanic votes for the Republicans through untruths. There's one recording of a leader named Harry Jackson who says he went into the churches in Virginia and told them that the African American congregations that the COVID vaccines were a plot by the Democrats to kill black people, and convinced enough people of these kinds of lies that it actually influenced the percentage of votes in these districts and won the governorship for the Republicans. Something else that he did was go into the radio stations and buy up all the ad time on radio, because the Republicans have understood the power of radio far more effectively than the Democrats. So there's a lot of focus on Pentecostals right now. And as the mainline Protestants are declining in membership, the Pentecostals are the fastest growing religious denomination in the United States and in the world. And again, they haven't been on the map for a lot of schools of theology, for a lot of religious historians. They're a kind of newish phenomenon in American culture. And again, some way where we have been more divided and more ignorant of each other than we ought to be. Now, my attitude is that the radical right, the fossil fuels people, these political analysts invaded the sacred space of many American churches where people went to worship, where pastors went to preach. That's what they were doing. They were talking about Jesus, and now it's all about politics. I don't think we should be afraid to invite ourselves into those spaces, have those conversations, and say, when I read the Bible, Jesus is driving the money changers from the temple. Isn't that what you see here? Don't you see Jesus debating with the Pharisees and holding the Good Samaritan up as the model? That's what I see. Let's have that conversation. How does that work for you? I don't know that confronting is going to be terribly effective in this particular setting. And if you look at the political analysts, you can see that 30 to 40% of Americans are going to be hardcore MAGA voters. And some 40% are going to be Democrat no matter what. And there's a really important effort to get out the vote, to have representational democracy in this country through people voting. But it's not either or, it's both and. How do you reach the people who don't belong to either camp? Those swing voters in battleground states, those 74,000 North Carolinians, right? What are they thinking? Do they feel heard? Do they feel engaged with? A lot of them feel what you call politically homeless. And I've had the opportunity to speak with groups like the American Values Coalition, which meets with pastors to battle disinformation and gathers them in meetings to deal with congregations who are deluded by QAnon. We have Mitch Randall here from Good Faith Media, which had a marvelous gathering of pastors that I was privileged to attend, where they told me, I'm a lifelong Republican, I can't support Trump, but I don't know where I fit in. I don't feel like the Democrats want to talk to me. I've been working with the African American pastor down the road my entire career, but some people are saying I'm a racist because I'm white. So how do we have these conversations in a generous way, an inclusive way that says the tent is big enough for you? If you are here for the good of the community, if you want to work together respectfully across our differences, here's a bridge. And the way we get to one place to another is to cross that bridge together. Thank you.
All right, how are we doing? Yes, we can. Yes, well, I think we're going to try to have a little discussion. I can see some of you are going to have to depart, so we won't hold you very long. Maybe we can take maybe 5 minutes for them to respond to what they heard from each other. Would we allow that? And then I think we'll take a few questions because I don't want to lose you, and I think some of you have been here for a while. So let's have you, I want to ask Dr. Hendricks a question, because this conversation is in a political context. And of course, you wrote a book entitled The Politics of Jesus that I think is heralded and is just as important as the latest book that you wrote, Christians Against Christianity. Would you share with us a little bit more about the concept of mishpat and the equitable treatment of all persons as a concept that even non-Christians as well as Christians can subscribe to?
Yeah, well, I like to approach it this way. Sort of on the heels of the latter part of Ann's presentation, and that is how we can strategically bring folks together to struggle. And that is by stressing the underlying ethics of the biblical witness. And mishpat, justice, it's egalitarian justice. It means egalitarian justice. And, you know, I spend an extended chapter on that. It is the most often occurring ethical concept in the biblical witness. Second most occurring ethical concept in the biblical witness is term tzedakah, translated usually as righteousness, but that's not capacious enough because righteousness usually seems to connote individual personal piety. But since there was no sense of individualism, we're talking about something like doing right in society, doing right by others, doing justice by others. What's interesting is that those two concepts are the two most occurring concepts, but they're also the two most often paired concepts in the Bible. Egalitarian justice and putting justice into action in society. The bottom line is you put them together, you get social justice, right? And that's the fundamental, foundational, ethical foundation of the biblical witness. And I mention that because all the major religions have some form of that, have some form of love your neighbor as yourself, which is what we should stress rather than denominational stuff, religious confessions, and all that, because everybody can embrace that, and also it's important to stress that because the right wing is not coming to us. They disdain us. So if we're going to build a bridge, we have to move toward them. And the bridge that we can use is the biblical witness. You know, I joke about it, but particularly in the black church, there are two ways you can get a hearing. One is to talk about Martin Luther King, one to talk about Jesus. And, you know, they might disagree with you in the long run, but at least you have a basis for dialogue and discourse. So that's why, you know, this whole notion of the biblical meaning of social justice is so important. And Jesus, even in the New Testament, in the Gospels, we see it reflected in there. The term dikaiosune, that is usually translated again as righteousness, personal piety, it means righteousness, but it also means justice. So when you seek ye first the kingdom of God and its dikaiosune, it's not just seek first the kingdom of God and its righteousness, it's seek the kingdom of God and its justice, and on down the line. And people can relate to that. And that also shows that we respect what they believe in, and that we have this mutual respect for the biblical witness. And I think that's the only way we're really going to be able to talk to them within their ideological and religious framework.
And you have made a profound case here tonight. And I just want to ask you very quickly why it's so important for you to have made the case that you made.
Why is it so important?
Yes.
Oh, Ann.
For Ann.
You ready to say?
And you each can answer that question, quite frankly.
Because it's what I believe.
Same.
Yeah, that's what I believe, but also it's existentially because, as an African American, I felt a threat. We feel threatened all our lives. It's like literally a matter of life and death, and that's why I mentioned my great-granddaughter. Look, man, you know what I'm talking about. Racism every day, some of it's very murderous. So, I don't have a lot of hope things are going to change a lot, but we have no choice but to struggle on.
All right. Audience, you've been
Can
very
I just,
patient. Yes, please, go
I'll
ahead.
give slightly longer, but not much. Because they're hurting people. Yeah. And that's not okay.
Yeah.
They're hurting people in our communities, the kids in our schools. Innocent people who have done no harm to anyone are getting hurt by this movement, including by well-meaning people. And I'll just finish by saying I wrote a book about the anti-Nazi resistance in Berlin.
Good book.
Called Red Orchestra, that included Christians, it included non-Christians, it included Jews. It was like a massive coalition of people who had the same reaction. They're hurting people. It's not okay. And we cannot stand by and watch. And everybody in this country has to decide right now, today, whether they're going to do something or whether they're going to stand by and watch. And the people who stand by and watch should not have the right to complain at the results.
What you are describing is evil.
Yeah.
That's all. Let's get clear. Yeah. It's evil. If you harm an innocent because you can or because to serve your own interest, it's evil. And we need to reclaim the language of good and evil.
Totally agree. I really want to hear from the audience. You've been very patient, but I do want to say one little thing following up on what Ann said. They're also hurting their own. This cause is so cynical. I'm a historian, and I have a very capacious reading diet, and I teach the history of social movements. That's what I research. That's what I teach. I have never encountered a movement anywhere that is willing to kill its own casually. But that is what these people did. The COVID denial. Fox News host, you couldn't go into Fox News unless you were vaccinated. Every one of those hosts that was spreading doubt and denial and hydrochloroquine and all of this other, they were vaccinated. The Republican elected officials, almost all of them were vaccinated. I'm not allowed to name names, I think, because we're nonpartisan, but the man who stood up in front of adolescents, young people, coming to a public meeting, and they were masked, he humiliated them, he bullied them, he made them take their masks off. He was vaccinated. They were all taking care of themselves, but they needed to continue this project of turning people against the government, against science, against the so-called liberal media, which is not even liberal, and against sound education. So this, I have never seen the likes of this, and that is why I feel passionately about this. But I've also talked too much, so we want to hear your comments and questions and ideas to go forward.
You haven't spoken too much. I'm going to get my question in first because I have a question too. And by the way, since they're here, this is a stellar panel. Would you agree? This is a rare moment. I don't think this happens on a regular basis like this. And it's happening here at your church in Charlotte. That's something that you can take a lot of pride in. Go ahead and ask your question, but as you're getting the mic, I want you to think about gun legislation, gun control, because you mentioned something about hurting people, and that's the first thing that came to my mind. Now, perhaps we can talk about that later, but if you would hold that thought while this young lady is asking her question as well.
Hi, I'm a teacher, and I witness kids coming to school with their hands in the air like we are frisking them over security. I'm afraid that public education won't be around in 2 years if we don't fight. But I'm also aware that the other side is playing chess, where we play checkers. If I got mad, we go on the streets. But it's not a long-standing commitment of change. So I guess what my question is, what is your advice to balance what seems like an emergency with the strategy that you laid out as far as reaching the other side and the bridge? And how long you would think that would take?
I think it's open-ended. Do you want to take it? Well, thank you for your sense of urgency, because I think you're really right. I think they have really ramped up and escalated over the last few years in particular, and also with this plan 2025 for if they are able to regain the White House. So it is a really urgent situation, and we all have to find ways to be involved. I will say I've done a lot of traveling, a lot of speaking, a lot of meeting with organizations over the years since my book first came out, and I have been really, really impressed by how many people are in this work, by how many people are taking it so seriously, by how many people, are just, people now in North Carolina are already knocking doors, registering voters, trying to change conversations, going out to their congregations. So that's all important. Your point, though, about checkers and chess, really, I feel that too. And I feel that one thing on our side is we do have such a diversity of people, of beliefs, of parts of the country, of commitments, of what our passions are. So it's a little more difficult to herd us. But I will HERD. But I will say that I think the single most important finding in my book is to see these people, the top strategists and the donors, recognizing again and again that they know they are a permanent minority. That's why they have to rig the rules. That's why they have to rely on disinformation. That says that we have a power, right? That we have that latent majority out there. If people know, if they understand, if they're approached respectfully, as Ann was saying, through neighbors and trusted sources, I think this could be a moment that would turn around our country in a very positive way. The Civil War, I'm not saying we need a Civil War, but the Reconstruction period, I think after that point when the property supremacists tried to wreck the country and turn it into an enslaver's paradise, at least the South, and the 1930s when the property supremacists did not want to give an inch to reclaim the country from the Depression, we have shown as a people we are capable of phenomenal transformation as long as we understand the stakes and we have people to walk with and to be supportive. So I think that there's that, but we all do have a lot of work and learning and relationship building to do.
I wanted to say thank you for being a teacher. I'm a public school product, and I thank my high school English teacher in most of the books I publish, even though he's no longer with us. And I find that teachers tend to be somewhat self-effacing. They work incredibly hard for a little financial reward, and they give so much. So I understand the bandwidth isn't great. But this is the time to ask and to join. So talk to the parents of your students. Write letters to the local newspaper. Contact the news organizations of your community. I believe you're probably in a teachers union. Is this the case? Okay, so that is a tool that they're trying to take away from you. And it's not, you need to fight, but it's not just fighting for yourself. It's fighting for your kids. It's fighting for your community. So don't be shy in asking for help. Oh, and also we have two colleagues, Mo Cunningham, who has written great work on education, and there's another author named Josh Cohen who has written an incredible critique of the voucher system and how it undermines public education. So informing yourselves is also important.
Thank you. I want to push back a bit on this notion that we have to bridge this divide, because I do believe that given all that all of you have laid out in stark detail, I don't know whether or not the cult of personality, and it very much seems like a cult, and when folks are in a cult, reaching through to them is nearly impossible. So I'm wondering whether or not we leverage those folk who we know are, in some cases, on the sidelines, but have the same sensibilities that we do. Whether or not we put our efforts there, apply that leverage there, and hopefully we're able to turn the tide that way, because I don't know when this fever will break. Perhaps it will break once, we have achieved some victory, right? And then the jig is up at that point. Right?
I just want to say I've talked to ex-MAGA people who have exited the cult, but they say that they haven't done it through people, pointing fingers at them. And in fact, as Nancy says, this movement is hurting people. This movement also has hurt people. A lot of them are hurting. And I think that there are ways to have conversations, not with all of them. There are going to be hardcore true believers where don't spend your time, but think about those 5% of swing voters in the battleground states. These are people, many of them are Christians who have said, in the words of one Facebook ad, I'm a Christian and I voted for Trump, but I don't see him acting like a Christian, right? And he's like, really? Let's talk about that, right? So working with them, and maybe I went to too much Sunday school, but in a spirit of loving kindness. Is that possible?
I appreciate the concept. I fundamentally appreciate that. But there are so many Democrats who do not participate in the electoral process.
It's not either or, it's both and. And, the land of 74,000 votes, here we are.
Some of these folk, they are very wrong, but some of them are sincerely wrong, and there are some who, I detest these jokers, to tell you the truth, but you have to remember this is America, and Christians are very benighted people, generally, politically. They believe in all, we see the kind of stuff they believe in, and, very easy to manipulate through religion. And there's somewhat of a lemming mentality. But some of them can be reached, They don't know, some of them just don't know any better. They really don't know any better, because I've talked to some of them. They're like, well, they don't even know who Trump really is. They say, he said that he did that, So, I think we have to do it. Our efforts we should be on both fronts, We should be we should be reaching out to them as we can. But at the same time, we have to really be working to dismantle, discredit the narrative, this hegemonic narrative now that really has them winning. We really have to do that, and I don't see us doing that at all. We're not dismantling, but we do have to reach out for those people. Let me just say this: I was in a car at the airport. A gentleman picked me up at the airport, and there was a car next to me, and there was a good old boy sitting next to me, and he spat out the window, and I was sitting there, and he looked at me and said, "Oh, excuse me, sir." I'm like, wow. that was such a revelation. These people, they're not all that bad. They're not all bad. They're just deluded. And we have to reach out and help to free them of some of the delusion. It's a frustrating thing, but we don't have a choice because it's life and death. And I don't know how my panelists feel, but I see them winning. They're winning so far. They are winning. Yeah, I know the numbers and all that, but these folk, their narrative is everywhere. And now, since Biden has taken the position he has with Israel and Palestine, he's losing a lot of young people, a lot of people. And so we're in bad shape, so we don't have a choice to leave any stone unturned, in my opinion.
Let's give our panelists a round of applause, please. For those of you who are interested, they will be tomorrow morning at Marriott, or Charlotte Marriott City Center, which is at 100 West Trade Street here in Charlotte. You can join us for breakfast. We're going to be having a think tank-like discussion and further respond to questions that you may have, because you ingested a lot of information tonight, and perhaps you can sleep on it and come back and join us for breakfast. Ask your questions. If you don't get a chance to get your book signed tonight because you need to leave, grab one for your household and come back in the morning, because they will be available for a brief period of time. We are thankful for them. This is so unique. This is so rare, and it is so special. I'm going to ask them to give just a final comment. And they're shaking their head saying, no, we don't have to do that. But, okay. But, and by the way, I did not do justice by Dr. Hendricks. I didn't really tell you what he does and where he teaches. And I think I should do that. He is a distinguished senior fellow at the Democracy Collaborative in Washington, D.C. He is the president emeritus of a university. He has taught, or rather I should say president emeritus, yes, of the seminary. I think it's Payne Theological Seminary, and a visiting scholar in the Department of Religion at Columbia University, where Ann also teaches. So I didn't tell you all of that because I was so busy to tell you that he has yielded himself and surrendered himself to serve in spite of having to deal with long COVID. And we are enormously, enormously grateful for you and all of you, as well as you, Catherine. Thank you so much. We hope to see you tomorrow. In the meantime, there's a book in the back, and we'll be signing a few books for you.